Hello and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. Tonight we're going back to a command tent pitched in the wet Hungarian mud outside a small stubborn fortress called Szigetvár on a night at the very start of September 1566 to the deathbed of an old man who had, by that point, been ruling an empire that stretched from the gates of Vienna to the highlands of Yemen for 46 consecutive years. Longer than almost anyone else camped in the mud around his own tent that night had been alive to remember any other ruler at all. He was 71 years old, and gout had by this stage of his life swollen his own joints so badly that he could no longer sit a horse, could barely sit a throne, and had been carried the whole of this final campaign, his 13th personal campaign in the field, in a covered litter rather than in the saddle. His own reputation had been built in and on the night in question. As his own siege engineers reported that the walls of the small fortress in front of them were finally, after weeks of digging and mining and bombardment, close to giving way, the Sultan who had outlived every rival, every son who had ever plotted against him, and very nearly every man who had ever served him, quietly stopped breathing in his own tent. And nobody outside a small and carefully chosen circle of his own household was told. The man left, holding that secret, was his own Grand Vizier, a Bosnian-born statesman named Suleiman Mehmed Pasha, who understood, in the first stunned hour after the Sultan's own physician confirmed what had happened, that an army of tens of thousands of men camped deep inside hostile territory, an army that had spent 46 years believing this particular Sultan personally invincible, could not be told that the invincible Sultan was, in fact, already a corpse cooling in his own tent. Not until the one man who actually needed to hear it, the Sultan's own surviving son and heir, could be brought from the opposite end of the empire to claim the throne before anyone else thought to claim it first. Picture it for a moment. The way this channel likes to ask you to picture the opening of a long story, before the names and the dates start arriving in earnest. A canvas tent, larger and considerably more elaborately furnished than the ordinary soldier's own quarters, pitched in rows around it. For what must have felt to any man walking the length of that camp like miles in every direction, carpets laid over the trampled autumn mud, braziers burning low against a cold that had already begun creeping into the Hungarian nights, and, somewhere just outside the canvas walls, the low, constant murmur of an army of tens of thousands of men who had, for weeks now, heard almost nothing from their own Sultan beyond the occasional dictated order, and the reassuring, entirely fabricated report that he was resting, as an old man on campaign so often needed to rest. Inside, a handful of men who knew the truth moved carefully, quietly, deliberately, around a body they could not yet let the rest of the world discover, and outside a fortress that had held for weeks against everything this same dead man's own army could throw at it was, at that very moment, only days from finally falling, neither side yet aware that the man whose name had launched this entire campaign would never live to see its own ending. It is almost certainly true, this one, unlike the Marble Emperor this channel told you slept in a cave beneath the walls of Constantinople, waiting for an angel to wake him, and it remains one of the single strangest and best documented successions in the whole of Ottoman history because for the better part of 48 days, Suleiman Mehmed Pasha ran a dead man's empire as though the dead man were still alive inside it. He had the Sultan's own personal physician and a handful of trusted attendants embalm the body in secret, inside a tent whose flap was kept closed to everyone but this same small circle. He kept meals prepared and carried in, and, by more than one account, carried back out again half-eaten, exactly as they always had been. He had couriers continue arriving and departing with dispatches, and when dispatches needed to go out under the Sultan's own hand, he had a scribe skilled enough at imitating that same aging familiar signature produced them, so that provincial governors hundreds of miles away kept receiving orders in a script they had trusted for decades from a Sultan who had already been dead for weeks. And when the army, restless and increasingly suspicious, finally took the fortress in front of them, a matter of days after their own sultan's actual death. Sokollu had the victory announced, the celebratory volleys fired, and the whole camp kept moving, kept marching, kept behaving exactly as an army marching under its own living commander behaves. For the entire length of time it took a rider to reach the Sultan's own surviving son in the town of Kütahya, on the opposite side of Anatolia, and for that son to travel as fast as any army could physically move a new sultan into position, all the way to the capital to be formally installed before the news of his own father's death could reach the wrong ears first and turn an orderly transition into exactly the kind of succession war this channel is going to spend tonight, showing you the House of Osman had spent 2.5 centuries trying, through methods that range from the merely ruthless to the genuinely horrifying, to prevent. We are not going to spend tonight the way we spent an earlier night in this room, watching a 19-year-old sultan gamble his own entire reign on a single walled city that 11 centuries of besiegers had never managed to take. Tonight belongs to that same sultan's own great-grandson, a man who inherited an empire already doubled in size by his own father's brief and brutal reign, and then, across 46 years on the throne, very nearly doubled it again. A man Europeans of his own lifetime and every century since have called Suleiman the Magnificent, and a man his own people, then and now, have generally preferred to call by an entirely different title altogether, Kanuni, the Lawgiver. And it is worth saying plainly before this story goes any further that both of those titles are true at once, and that the tension between them is very nearly the whole point of the story this channel is going to walk you through tonight. This is a story about a sultan who codified, for the first time in a single coherent body of law, the entire secular administration of an empire that stretched across 3 continents, who filled that empire's capital with the most accomplished architecture the Islamic world had produced in centuries, who corresponded as an equal with the King of France, and struck fear into the Holy Roman Emperor himself, and who wrote, under a poet's pen name, some of the most tender love poetry that has survived from the whole of the 16th century. It is also, in the same breath and without any softening, a story about the same family habit of blood this channel has already shown you on another night in this room, running through the House of Osman from the very first week of Mehmed the Conqueror's own second reign, when that same great-grandfather had his own infant half-brother drowned in his bath, rather than leave a rival claimant alive, a habit that had, by Suleiman's own lifetime, hardened into something the Ottomans themselves had actually written down as law, and a habit that would, before this story is finished with him, reach not a brother and not a distant cousin, but Suleiman's own eldest and by most contemporary accounts, most capable son, strangled by mutes in front of his own father's tent on his own father's direct order. A killing this story will not soften for you any more than an earlier night in this room softened the killing of an infant sultan in his own bath. Before we drift into the rest of this story, take a quiet moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, and if you have a spare moment and it feels right. This channel is trying to reach 1,000 subscribers, and every single one of you who takes that small, quiet step actually helps this little corner of the internet keep going. If you would like to hear the newest stories from this channel before anyone else does, the link in the description will take you to where these episodes now go out early, on Spotify, before they ever arrive here. So if tonight's story keeps you company, and you find yourself wanting the next one before it's officially posted, that is where you will find it waiting for you. And if you feel like it, leave your location and your local time down in the comments. It helps other restless, sleepless people find their way to this little corner of the night, and there is something pleasant about knowing that somewhere far away, a stranger is settling under the same dark sky, listening to the same slow story. So get comfortable, let your shoulders sink into the bed, settle in for a long and unhurried night, and let yourself ease into the complete story of Suleiman, 10th Sultan of the House of Osman, the Magnificent of European legend, and the lawgiver of his own people's memory alike, a man who ruled longer than any sultan before or after him, who personally led 13 military campaigns deep into his own old age, and who died, in the end, not in the Golden Palace this story is going to spend the whole of tonight describing to you, but in a canvas tent in the Hungarian mud, his own death concealed from his own army for 48 days, so that the empire he had spent nearly half a century building would not come apart in the hours immediately after he stopped being alive to hold it together. An empire inherited already doubled. It is worth naming, before we follow Suleiman back to his own boyhood, exactly what kind of empire he was actually born into. The expectation of one day ruling, because the Ottoman state Suleiman would eventually inherit had already been transformed, in the space of a single reign immediately before his own, by a father this channel could easily spend an entire night on by himself, and a small measure of that father's own story is necessary before Suleiman's can properly begin. Suleiman's father, a sultan history remembers as Selim I, and whom his own contemporaries, not entirely without cause, took to calling Selim the Grim, had come to the Ottoman throne in 1512 not through the ordinary succession of an eldest son quietly waiting his own turn, but by forcing his own father, the reigning Sultan Bayezid II, into an abdication that left the old man dead, by several contemporary accounts poisoned, within weeks of surrendering his own crown, and by then hunting down and executing, one after another, his own brothers and his own nephews, every single other man in the House of Osman who might, at some later date, have raised a rival claim to the throne Selim had just seized, a policy of eliminating potential rivals that this channel must now name plainly as something considerably more organised and considerably more chilling than the ordinary ad hoc cruelty of ambitious medieval princes everywhere, because the Ottomans themselves, by this point in their own dynastic history, had actually written this practice down as formal law. It is worth pausing specifically on the law in question, because nothing about the rest of tonight's story, and in particular nothing about the darkest single chapter still waiting for you many hours from now, can be properly understood without it. Suleiman's own great-grandfather, Mehmed the Conqueror, the same 19-year-old sultan this channel has already told you, on another night in this room, drowned his own infant half-brother in the very first week of his own second reign, had gone on, later in that same reign, to have the practice formally codified in a body of law bearing his own name, the Canunum of Mehmed II, which included, among its own considerably more mundane provisions regarding taxation and court protocol, a single sentence that would shape the whole of Ottoman succession politics for the next 2.5 centuries, stating, in language later, Ottoman jurists quoted so often it became something close to a proverb, that whichever of his own sons God favoured with the Sultanate, it was appropriate for that son to kill his own brothers for the sake of the good order of the world, a doctrine grounded, its own defenders argued, in an entirely reasonable and entirely practical fear that any Ottoman prince left alive with even a distant claim to the throne would eventually become the rallying point for a civil war, precisely of the kind that had once, in the aftermath of a catastrophic defeat, this channel has already told you about at the Battle of Ankara, very nearly torn the young Ottoman state apart from the inside during a decade-long interregnum among Bayezid I's own surviving sons. Better, the law's own logic ran, one clean and contained killing at the moment of accession than an entire kingdom bled white by a war between rival brothers stretching on for years, and it is worth naming honestly, that this law was not some rare and shameful secret the Ottomans themselves tried to hide, but an openly acknowledged feature of their own state, one every foreign ambassador who ever served at the Ottoman court understood, and, in more than one surviving dispatch, described back to their own home governments in tones of genuine fascinated horror. It is worth naming, briefly and only in passing tonight, what eventually replaced this same law of fratricide within the House of Osman, because the practice this story has already told you, Suleiman himself applied to two of his own sons did not, in fact, survive very much longer past his own reign. Beginning with Suleiman's own great-grandson, later Ottoman sultans largely abandoned formal fratricide in favour of a considerably different, and in its own way considerably stranger, solution. Confining royal princes who were not the reigning sultan, rather than killing them outright, to a secluded and heavily guarded section of the palace. Later history came to call the cafes, the cage, where a prince might live out an entire adult lifetime in comfortable but total seclusion, educated, fed and denied any real contact with the outside world or any real military or administrative experience at all, in case the throne's own uncertain fortunes ever called him out of that same confinement to rule. After all, a system this channel may well tell you the fuller and genuinely strange story of on some future night in this room, but one worth naming here, briefly, as the Empire's own eventual answer to exactly the same succession problem that had, in Suleiman's own reign, cost 2 sons and 4 grandsons their lives. Selim I applied that same law with a thoroughness that even by Ottoman standards struck many of his own contemporaries as excessive, executing not only his own surviving brothers, but a considerable number of his own nephews as well, boys who in a great many other royal houses of the same period would have been considered too young to pose any realistic threat at all. And it is worth naming too the specific and genuinely consequential fact that this same ruthless clearing of the family tree left Suleiman, born in 1494, as Selim's only surviving son by the time Selim himself came to the throne, meaning that Suleiman would inherit the Sultanate in 1520 without ever having to apply the very law that had claimed the lives of so many of his own uncles and cousins, a genuine mercy of circumstance rather than of temperament, since the same instinct for eliminating rivals that had cost so many other members of the family their lives would, this story is going to show you many hours from now, resurface with full and undiminished force the moment Suleiman himself finally had sons of his own, old enough to compete for the throne he would one day leave behind. It is worth naming briefly what else Selim the Grim actually accomplished in the 8 short years of his own reign, because the empire he handed his only surviving son in 1520 bore only a passing resemblance to the empire Selim himself had inherited from his own father. Selim turned the full weight of Ottoman military power east rather than west, crushing the Safavid Persian Shah Ismail I at the Battle of Chaldiran in 1514, a victory that owed a great deal to Ottoman gunpowder artillery and Ottoman-trained infantry overwhelming a still largely cavalry-based Safavid army, and then turning south to conquer in a single lightning campaign across 1516 and 1517, the entire Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt and Syria, a conquest that brought the holy cities of Mecca and Medina themselves under Ottoman protection, and that let Selim claim for himself and for every one of his own successors afterward the title of Caliph, protector of the 2 holy cities, and, by extension, the nominal spiritual leader of the whole of the Sunni Muslim world. In the space of a single reign, the Ottoman state that Suleiman would soon inherit had roughly tripled in territory and had transformed itself from a formidable regional power, still primarily defined, in the memory of most of Christian Europe, by the conquest of Constantinople 2 generations earlier into something considerably larger and considerably more consequential, an empire that now spanned the Balkans, Anatolia, the Arab heartlands, and the holiest sites of Islam all at once. And it is worth naming plainly that Suleiman would spend the whole of his own 46 years on the throne governing, defending, and where he could managing to expand still further, an inheritance his own father had handed him, already doubled almost beyond recognition, the boy sent to govern before he had finished growing up. It is worth pausing before we follow Selim's reign to its own abrupt end on the specific and genuinely unusual childhood the future Suleiman actually had, because the Ottoman practice of raising royal princes was, by the standards of the European courts this channel has already told you about on other nights in this room, remarkably early and remarkably hands-on. Suleiman was born on the 6th of November, 1494, in the Black Sea port city of Trabzon, where his own father Selim, not yet Sultan himself, was serving as provincial governor under his own father Bayezid II, and Suleiman's own mother, a woman named Hafsa Sultan, whose own exact origins remain genuinely uncertain in the surviving sources, some accounts describing her as Crimean Tatar by birth, and others suggesting a more distant Caucasian origin entirely, was, like nearly every wife and mother in this story tonight is going to introduce you to, almost certainly a woman who had entered the Ottoman royal household, not through any dynastic marriage of the kind this channel has already described, governing the Christian courts of Western Europe, but through the harem system this story will spend a great deal of tonight walking you through, in careful detail, a system built, at its very foundation, on the acquisition of slave women who might, if fortune and their own considerable political skill both favoured them, rise to become the mother of a future sultan. It is worth naming plainly exactly how young Ottoman princes were actually sent out to begin governing real territory, because the practice tells you a great deal about the kind of ruler the empire was trying, quite deliberately, to produce. At around the age of 7, Ottoman princes were formally circumcised in an elaborate public ceremony, and then began an intensive education inside the palace school, studying the Quran, Islamic law, Turkish, Arabic and Persian poetry, mathematics, and the martial skills of horsemanship, archery, and swordsmanship. A future sultan would be expected to master personally rather than merely direct from a safe distance, and by their mid-teens, considerably younger than any Western European prince this channel has ever told you about, was typically entrusted with real independent authority. Ottoman princes were dispatched to serve as governors of actual provinces, a practice called the Sanjak system, under the guidance of an experienced tutor and a seasoned administrative staff, but with genuine personal responsibility for taxation, justice, and local defence resting on the young prince's own shoulders. Suleiman himself was sent, at only 17 years old, to govern the province of Kaffa on the Crimean Peninsula, a genuinely remote and genuinely demanding post on the empire's own northern frontier, and it is worth naming that this early administrative apprenticeship, governing real territory with real consequences, years before he ever expected to inherit an empire at all, would go on to shape the whole of Suleiman's own later reputation as a careful, detail-oriented lawgiver, considerably more than any of the battlefield glory this story is about to spend a great deal of tonight describing to you. It is worth pausing, too, on the specific and genuinely tender relationship that appears, by every surviving account, to have existed between Suleiman and his own father across these same years, because it stands in real and deliberate contrast to the far colder relationships this story is going to show you developing in time between Suleiman and his own sons. Selim the Grim, whatever the considerable ruthlessness he showed toward his own brothers and nephews, is described by several contemporary Ottoman chroniclers as having doted on his only surviving son, and Suleiman was moved, over the course of Selim's own 8-year reign, first to govern Kaffa, and then, as he grew older, and as it became increasingly clear that no other rival claimant remained alive to threaten his own eventual succession, to the considerably more prestigious province of Manisa in western Anatolia, a post traditionally reserved for whichever prince stood closest to the throne itself. And it is worth naming that when Selim the Grim died suddenly in September of 1520, apparently of a rapidly spreading skin disease some modern historians have speculated may have been a form of cancer, Suleiman's own succession happened with a speed and a smoothness that stood in genuinely startling contrast to nearly every other Ottoman succession this channel could tell you about. A 25-year-old prince summoned from Manisa, arriving in the capital within days, and enthroned without a single rival claimant left alive to contest it. The one clean inheritance in this entire family's story, purchased, this story has already told you plainly, by the considerable blood his own father had already spilled, clearing every other branch of the family tree away before Suleiman himself ever had to. It is worth naming briefly the specific ceremony that actually made Suleiman a sultan in the eyes of his own empire, because it stands in genuine and deliberate contrast to the elaborate cathedral coronations this channel has already described to you, crowning the kings of medieval Western Europe, where an English or French king was anointed with holy oil and crowned before an assembled congregation inside a great cathedral. An Ottoman Sultan underwent a considerably more austere ceremony called the girding of the sword, held not in any church at all but at the tomb of Ayub, a companion of the Prophet Muhammad said to have died outside the walls of Constantinople during one of the failed Arab sieges this channel has already told you about on another night in this room, where the new sultan received a ceremonial sword generally understood to have belonged to Osman himself, the founding chieftain this channel has already named for you, girded to his own waist by the empire's own most senior religious official, a ritual considerably shorter and considerably less visually opulent than its Western equivalents, but one that carried, in the specifically religious and specifically dynastic symbolism of the sword itself, exactly the same weight of legitimation a Western coronation was designed to confer. And it is worth naming plainly that Suleiman underwent this same ceremony within days of arriving in the capital in 1520, a swift, unadorned transfer of power that matched, in its own understated efficiency, the unusually smooth succession that had made it possible in the first place. A new sultan who began his reign by undoing his father's. It is worth naming specifically what the 25-year-old Suleiman actually did in the first weeks and months of his own reign, because it set the tone in ways his own contemporaries noticed and commented on almost immediately, for the very different kind of ruler he intended to be from the father whose conquests had given him such an enormous empire to inherit. Where Selim the Grim had ruled through fear, through sudden executions of even his own most senior officials on the slightest suspicion of disloyalty, and through a personal severity several contemporary accounts describe as having kept his own court in a near-constant state of anxious dread, Suleiman opened his reign with a series of deliberately merciful and deliberately popular gestures, releasing a group of Egyptian and Persian merchants his own father had imprisoned on the flimsiest of pretexts, ordering compensation paid to families whose property had been unjustly seized during Selim's own reign, and executing, in one of the more pointed acts of his own early rule, a hated and widely resented official named Hemdem Pasha, who had made himself notorious during Selim's own reign for corrupt and predatory administration in the Ottoman-controlled Balkans, a single, carefully chosen execution that signalled to the whole of the empire, in language the empire's own subjects understood perfectly, that the new sultan intended to rule with a very different hand than his own father had. It is worth pausing briefly on what this new sultan actually looked like and actually sounded like to the foreign observers who met him, because the physical portrait matters to the rest of tonight's story in a way that goes beyond mere curiosity. The Venetian ambassador Bartolomeo Contarini, reporting back to his own government not long after Suleiman's accession, described a tall, slender young man with a long, pale face, an aquiline nose, and a manner several early ambassadors independently characterized as unexpectedly grave, deliberate, and courteous rather than martial or overbearing, a description that would go on being echoed, with only the natural adjustments age required, across the whole of the following 4 decades of foreign diplomatic reporting. Ogier de Busbecq himself, arriving at Suleiman's own court more than 30 years into the reign this story has already told you he documented so thoroughly, still describing a ruler whose own public bearing remained, even in old age and even through the physical suffering of advanced gout, marked by a genuinely unusual and genuinely consistent personal dignity. A sultan who dyed his own greying beard, wore simple rather than ostentatious dress, in an era when royal fashion across both Christian and Muslim courts alike generally ran toward the deliberately dazzling, and who conducted himself, in nearly every surviving foreign account of a personal audience with him, with a reserved, almost melancholic formality. Several ambassadors found more genuinely intimidating than any display of temper could have been. It is worth naming too that this same reserved public bearing existed alongside the private warmth this story has already shown you in his own surviving letters to Hurrem, and alongside the private ruthlessness this story has already shown you in the killings of Ibrahim and later of his own sons, 3 faces of a single carefully self-controlled man who appears, from the whole of the surviving record, to have revealed each of those 3 faces only to the specific audience he judged needed or deserved to see it. It is worth naming too that this early reputation for justice and mercy would go on to become the actual foundation of the title Suleiman's own people came to prefer for him Kanuni, the lawgiver, a title earned not through any single dramatic gesture, but through the patient, decades-long work this story is going to keep returning to across the whole of tonight. The systematic codification of Ottoman secular law, the Kanun, into a single coherent body of statute that stood alongside, and in careful, deliberate harmony with, the religious law of the Sharia that governed the empire's own Islamic legal tradition, covering taxation, land tenure, criminal punishment, and the administration of justice across every province of an empire that, by the time Suleiman's own reign was finished, would stretch from the Danube to the Persian Gulf, a legal achievement several modern historians rank as genuinely comparable, in its own scope and its own lasting influence, to the great codifications of Roman law this channel has already told you about on other nights in this room, and one that would remain, in substantial part, the operating legal framework of the Ottoman Empire for centuries after Suleiman himself was gone. It is worth naming specifically a handful of the actual provisions this legal effort produced, because the abstract phrase legal reform can too easily float past a listener without leaving behind any real sense of what it actually changed in an ordinary subject's own daily life. Suleiman's Kanun name standardized the rate of taxation a peasant farmer owed on his own land across provinces that had previously operated under a genuinely confusing patchwork of local custom, fixing specific and, for the period, comparatively moderate rates on crops and livestock that were meant to apply uniformly, rather than at the arbitrary discretion of whichever local official happened to be collecting them, and they set out, in considerable and genuinely careful detail, the rights a peasant held to the specific plot of land he worked under the Timar system. This channel has already described to you protections against arbitrary eviction that gave an ordinary Ottoman farmer, on paper at least, a more secure and more clearly defined legal relationship to his own land than a great many of his own contemporaries laboured under across the more fractured and more locally variable feudal customs of Western Europe. The same body of law set out too, detailed criminal penalties calibrated by the severity of the offence and, in a provision several modern legal historians have found genuinely notable, by the offender's own social rank and financial means, fines scaled so that a wealthy offender paid considerably more than a poor one for an equivalent crime, and it extended formal legal protection to the empire's own non-Muslim subjects. The Christian and Jewish communities this story has already told you filled Istanbul and the wider empire, guaranteeing them the right to practice their own religion, to administer their own communal and family law through their own religious courts, and to conduct their own trade, protections codified under a system later historians would come to call the millet system, in exchange for a specific religious tax non-Muslim subjects paid, that Muslim subjects did not, an arrangement this story would ask you to weigh honestly rather than romantically. A genuine and, for its own century, genuinely unusual degree of religious toleration, existing alongside a genuine and quite deliberate legal and fiscal hierarchy that never pretended its Muslim and non-Muslim subjects stood on fully equal footing at all. It is worth naming plainly how this same millet system actually functioned in practice, because it operated through recognised communal leaders rather than through any direct Ottoman administration of each community's own internal religious affairs. The Ecumenical Patriarch in Istanbul, the same office this channel has already told you, on another night in this room, once stood at the very spiritual centre of the Byzantine Empire before that empire's own final fall, continued to function under Ottoman rule as the recognised head of the empire's own considerable Orthodox Christian population, responsible, in the eyes of Ottoman law, for that population's own communal discipline and its own communal tax collection in exchange for the religious autonomy this story has already described to you, and the chief rabbi of Istanbul held an analogous position over the empire's own Jewish communities, a position filled, during a portion of Suleiman's own reign, by a rabbi named Moses Hamon, who additionally served, in a detail this channel finds genuinely striking, as Suleiman's own personal physician, treating the Sultan's own body directly while simultaneously representing an entire religious community's own legal and communal interests at the very same court. A single individual life that captures, in miniature, exactly the kind of layered, practical coexistence this whole system was actually built to manage, rather than the simple, uncomplicated tolerance later legend sometimes prefers to remember it as. It is worth naming, too, the specific administrative instrument that actually let a bureaucracy scattered across 3 continents enforce any of these laws with real consistency at all, because the Kanun this story has already described to you would have remained a dead letter without it. The Ottoman state maintained, across the whole of Suleiman's own reign and long before it, an extraordinarily thorough system of land and population surveys called the Tahrir Defters, periodic censuses conducted province by province that recorded, village by village and household by household, the names of taxpayers, the extent and the productivity of the land they worked, the livestock they owned, and the specific revenue owed to the state or to whichever timer-holding cavalryman had been granted the right to collect it. A bureaucratic undertaking of genuinely staggering scale for its own century, and one several modern economic historians studying the surviving registers, a considerable number of which have survived intact in Ottoman archives to the present day, have found remarkable for the sheer granular detail it preserves. Individual peasant households in Balkan and Anatolian villages 5 centuries gone, otherwise leaving no trace in any surviving record at all, now recoverable, name by name, crop by crop, from ledgers a sultan's own scribes compiled for reasons of taxation, rather than of any deliberate historical preservation. It is worth naming plainly that this same administrative apparatus, however impersonal and however purely extractive in its own original purpose, has become, in the centuries since, one of the single most valuable surviving windows historians possess into the actual lived texture of ordinary life across the whole of the 16th century Ottoman world. A considerable irony this channel would ask you to sit with for a moment, that the uncounted peasant families this story has already told you tonight left almost no trace of their own individual existence in any chronicle, any letter or any monument, and yet left behind entirely by accident of a tax collector's own thoroughness, exactly the kind of granular record that a great many far more celebrated medieval and early modern populations elsewhere in this channel's own catalogue of stories never managed to leave behind at all. The White Tower and the road to Belgrade. It is worth pausing before this story follows Suleiman onto his first battlefield as Sultan on exactly what kind of military reputation the new ruler actually inherited alongside his own father's territorial conquests, because the Ottoman army Suleiman commanded in 1521 was, by any honest reckoning, the single most formidable military machine in the whole of Europe or the Near East, built on the same institutional foundations this channel has already described to you in careful detail on another night in this room. The Devshirme levy that filled the ranks of the elite Janissary infantry, with boys raised from childhood inside a closed system whose only loyalty ran to the Sultan personally, and the Timar system of conditional land grants that let the Ottoman state field a large cavalry force without ever having to negotiate with the kind of entrenched hereditary nobility that so often hamstrung the crusading and royal armies of Western Europe. And it is worth naming briefly that Suleiman inherited this machine not as an abstraction, but as a genuinely functioning war-making apparatus his own father had spent 8 years using with devastating effect against the Safavids and the Mamluks, an apparatus the new 26-year-old Sultan now intended to turn, for the first time in his own reign, toward the old and unfinished business of Europe. It is worth naming, too, a third and considerably less celebrated institutional pillar underneath this same war-making apparatus, because Belgrade and Rhodes and Mohács alike depended in the end at least as much on the Empire's own specialised artillery corps, the Topçu, as on the Devshirme and the Timar system this story has already described to you. The Ottoman state maintained, by Suleiman's own reign, standing foundries in Istanbul and in several other major cities capable of casting bronze cannon to a genuinely standardised set of calibers and specifications, a level of centralised industrial organisation several modern military historians consider well ahead of most of Suleiman's own European rivals, whose own artillery trains, in a great many documented cases, still relied on a considerably more improvised patchwork of guns cast by whichever local founder a given prince happened to have under contract at a given moment, each piece often firing a different and non-interchangeable size of shot. This same Ottoman standardization meant that ammunition, gun crews, and maintenance expertise could move between different guns and different campaigns. With a flexibility this story has already shown, you gave Suleiman's own sieges, at Belgrade and at Rhodes alike, a considerable practical edge over defenders whose own artillery, however individually formidable in isolated cases, rarely benefited from anything like this same systematic, centrally organised production. One more quiet illustration of the same disciplined, bureaucratic instinct this story has already told you, produced both Suleiman's own celebrated Kanun and the tax registers his own scribes compiled with such patient, granular thoroughness. Belgrade, a fortress city on the Danube that had successfully resisted Ottoman siege once already, under Suleiman's own great-grandfather Mehmed the Conqueror nearly 70 years earlier, one of the very few genuine failures in that same conqueror's own, otherwise triumphant career, sat at the strategic gateway into the Kingdom of Hungary, and Suleiman, choosing his own first campaign with real deliberateness, rather than any impulsive rush to prove himself, marched north in the spring of 1521 with an army several contemporary estimates place at well over 100,000 men, accompanied by a formidable siege train of heavy artillery his own father's conquests had helped fund. It is worth pausing briefly on why a fortress that had once broken Mehmed the Conqueror's own considerable siegecraft fell so much more readily to his own great-grandson, because the difference owed less to any decline in Belgrade's own physical defences than to a genuine transformation in Ottoman siege technology across the intervening 70 years. Suleiman's own artillery train, including bronze cannon, considerably more powerful and considerably more accurate than anything available to Mehmed's own gunners in the 1450s, capable of battering the city's own medieval walls at a pace no 15th century garrison could realistically have withstood for long. And it is worth naming, too, that Belgrade's own strategic position, guarded on two sides by the confluence of the Danube and Sava rivers, required Suleiman's own engineers to coordinate a genuinely complex combined bombardment from both land and river simultaneously, moving a portion of his own artillery onto specially constructed rivercraft to bring the city's own water-facing defences under fire from an angle its own original medieval builders had never fully anticipated. The city, weakly garrisoned, and crucially denied any meaningful relief by a Hungarian kingdom whose own nobility was, by this point in the early 16th century, deeply fractured by internal rivalry and chronically unwilling to fund the kind of standing military force that might have actually saved it, fell after a siege of a little over a month on the 29th of August, 1521, and it is worth naming plainly what this single conquest actually meant for the whole of the rest of Suleiman's own reign, because with Belgrade in Ottoman hands, the road into the heart of the Hungarian plain, and from there toward Vienna itself, lay open in a way it had never quite been open to any of Suleiman's own predecessors, and the young Sultan, still not yet 30 years old, had, in the very first campaign of his own reign, accomplished something his celebrated great-grandfather had personally failed to do. It is worth naming, too, what Suleiman actually did with Belgrade once its own garrison had surrendered, because the pattern he established there, considered mercy toward a defeated garrison, joined immediately to firm and permanent administrative absorption of the conquered territory, would recur across nearly every one of his own major conquests. This story is going to describe to you tonight. The city's surviving Hungarian and Serbian defenders were permitted to withdraw rather than being put to the sword, a mercy several contemporary chroniclers note was received with real relief, given the far harsher fate ordinary garrisons had suffered in earlier Ottoman sieges. This channel has already told you about on other nights in this room, while the city itself was resettled over the following years, with Ottoman administrators, merchants, and a garrison of janissaries who would go on to hold it as one of the empire's own most important frontier fortresses for the better part of the following 2 centuries, a template of conquest tempered by pragmatic incorporation rather than by pure destruction, that reflects, this story would suggest, exactly the same administrative temperament that would soon earn Suleiman his own title of lawgiver at home. It is worth pausing, briefly, on what it actually looked and sounded like to march inside an Ottoman army on campaign, because this channel would ask you to picture something considerably more organised, and in its own way considerably stranger, than the ordinary image of a medieval army as a simple, undifferentiated mass of marching men. An Ottoman campaign army moved as an entire mobile city, tens of thousands of soldiers accompanied by an even larger supporting population of merchants, cooks, farriers, armourers, and camp followers, the whole column preceded, at the very front, by a corps of musicians called the Metahun, playing an instantly recognisable and deliberately overwhelming music built from massed kettle drums, cymbals, and the shrill, piercing double-reed horn called the zurna. a military band whose own thunderous rhythmic sound was designed quite explicitly to be heard from a considerable distance, announcing the army's own approach to friend and enemy alike long before a single soldier came into view. And it is worth naming plainly that this same distinctive martial music would go on, centuries after Suleiman's own reign ended, to directly influence the development of European military band music. Several 18th century Western composers, Mozart among them, incorporating what they understood as Janissary music into their own compositions, a small but genuinely traceable thread of cultural influence running from the very same army that once besieged Vienna's own walls into the concert halls of the empire that had once so narrowly held those walls against it. The knights who would not leave quietly. It is worth pausing before Suleiman turns his own attention north again toward Hungary on the second great target of his own early reign, a small rocky island in the eastern Mediterranean that had spent more than 2 centuries as a genuine and genuinely persistent thorn in the side of every Muslim power that had ever tried to move ships or pilgrims safely across those same waters. The island of Rhodes had been held since the very start of the 14th century by the Knights Hospitaller, a military religious order this channel has already had occasion to mention on other nights in this room. Warrior monks who had relocated to the island after the last Crusader footholds on the Levantine mainland finally fell, and who had spent the 2 centuries since turning Rhodes into one of the single most heavily fortified and most professionally garrisoned strongholds in the entire Mediterranean, a base from which the knights conducted a relentless campaign of privateering against Muslim shipping, seizing merchant vessels, capturing and enslaving Muslim passengers and crews, and generally making the sea lanes between Ottoman Anatolia and Ottoman Egypt considerably more dangerous than an empire that now, since Selim's own conquests, controlled both shores of that same sea had any patience left to tolerate. Suleiman's own great-grandfather Mehmed the Conqueror had tried and failed to take Rhodes once already, in 1480, a siege that broke against the island's own formidable fortifications in a manner that echoed, in miniature, the same long list of failed sieges against the walls of Constantinople this channel has already told you about on another night in this room, and Suleiman, having already succeeded where that same great-grandfather had failed once at Belgrade, sailed against Rhodes in the summer of 1522 with a fleet several contemporary accounts number at well over 300 vessels, and an army that dwarfed the roughly 7,000 defenders, knights and local Greek militia combined, that the island's own Grand Master, a French nobleman named Philippe Villiers de l'Isle Adam, had at his own disposal to hold walls that stretched for miles around the fortified capital. It is worth naming, honestly, that the siege that followed was a genuinely brutal and genuinely prolonged affair. 5 months of continuous bombardment, mining and countermining that cost the Ottoman besiegers, by several estimates, tens of thousands of casualties against a defending garrison that fought with the same disciplined professional tenacity. This channel has already told you defined the military orders of the crusading period, and it is worth naming too that Suleiman himself, watching this costly siege drag on far longer than his own quick victory at Belgrade the previous year might have led him to expect, is described by more than one contemporary source as having grown genuinely and visibly frustrated by the mounting losses, a frustration that nonetheless never translated when the city's own defenders finally requested terms in December of 1522 into anything like the vengeful massacre this story will show you Suleiman's own crusading forebears on the opposite side of these same wars were capable of at Acre 3 centuries earlier. It is worth naming plainly the terms Suleiman actually granted the defeated knights, because they tell you something genuinely important about the kind of conqueror the young sultan was already showing himself to be. Rather than putting the surviving garrison to the sword, the customary and, by the harsher conventions of medieval siege warfare, entirely defensible fate of a besieged force that had inflicted such heavy losses before finally surrendering, Suleiman allowed Lisla Adam and his own surviving knights to depart the island with their own weapons, their own religious relics, and safe passage for any of the island's own Greek Christian civilian population who wished to leave alongside them. A magnanimity several contemporary European observers, expecting nothing but ruthless conquest from a Muslim sultan, found genuinely startling, and one that would, in a detail this story will return to many hours from now, ultimately cost Suleiman considerably more than the mercy itself seemed to promise at the time, because the Knights Hospitaller, granted a new home on the island of Malta by the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V some 8 years later, would go on to resume exactly the same relentless privateering campaign against Ottoman shipping that had made Rhodes such an irritant in the first place. A mercy that preserved an enemy this same Sultan's own navy would eventually have to fight all over again decades later, in one of the more grueling and more consequential sieges of the entire 16th century. It is worth naming briefly that the knights did not sail directly from Rhodes to any permanent new home at all, spending the better part of 7 genuinely difficult years as an order without a territory of its own, a wandering, temporarily landless community of warrior monks moving between Crete, Messina, Viterbo, and Rome itself, petitioning one Christian ruler after another for a permanent base before Charles V finally granted them Malta, along with the smaller North African outpost of Tripoli, in 1530, in exchange for what amounted to a purely symbolic annual tribute, a single Maltese falcon delivered to the emperor's own representative each year. A genuinely peculiar arrangement several later writers would go on to find irresistible material for their own considerably more fictional purposes. It is worth pausing briefly on the physical texture of what those 5 months actually cost the men on both sides of those walls, because the Siege of Rhodes belongs, in its own grinding attritional character, alongside the very worst of the crusading sieges this channel has already described to you on other nights in this room, rather than beside the swift, almost effortless fall of Belgrade the year before. Ottoman engineers spent weeks tunnelling beneath the city's own outer defences, packing the tunnels with gunpowder and collapsing whole sections of wall in controlled detonations, a mining technique the knights had, in turn, learned to counter with their own tunnels, dug specifically to intercept and destroy the Ottoman shafts before the charges could be set, so that a considerable portion of the siege's own most desperate fighting took place not on the open walls at all, but underground, in cramped, lightless passages where Christian and Muslim sappers met each other in the dark with knives and short swords, rather than the discipline-ranked formations this story has already described, deciding the outcome of open battles like Mohács. It is worth naming, too, that disease moved through both camps with the same indiscriminate cruelty this channel has already told you. Swept the Crusader camp outside Acre 3 centuries earlier, the besieging Ottoman army losing, by several estimates, considerably more men to dysentery and fever over the course of the siege than to any single Hospitaller sortie or any single collapsed mine. A grim and largely unrecorded arithmetic of suffering that a triumphant Ottoman chronicle, understandably enough, generally preferred to pass over in favour of describing the eventual victory. The favourite who rose faster than any man before him. It is worth pausing, before we follow Suleiman onto the far larger battlefield that would define the middle years of his own reign, on the specific and genuinely extraordinary rise of the man who had become, for more than a decade, Suleiman's own closest companion, his own most trusted advisor, and in the end one of the most consequential victims of exactly the kind of sudden, absolute royal displeasure this story has already shown you. The Ottoman court was capable of turning on even its own most favoured servants. Ibrahim, a man of Greek Orthodox Christian birth from the town of Paga, on the western coast of Greece, had entered Ottoman service as a boy, almost certainly, though the precise circumstances remain genuinely uncertain in the surviving sources. Taken through the same kind of enslavement and conversion, this channel has already described governing the Devshirme system, and had been placed, while still young, into the household of Suleiman himself, while Suleiman was still only a prince governing the province of Manisa. The two boys, by several accounts, becoming genuinely close companions during these same years, sharing an education, a love of music and poetry, and, by the time Suleiman ascended the throne, a bond considerably warmer than the ordinary relationship between a sultan and his own senior servant. It is worth naming plainly exactly how far Suleiman elevated this childhood companion once the throne was actually his to give, because the pace of Ibrahim's own rise genuinely alarmed a great many of the empire's own most senior officials. Suleiman made Ibrahim his own Grand Vizier in 1523, the single most powerful administrative office in the entire empire, at a point when Ibrahim was still only in his early 30s and had held no previous senior government post of any real consequence at all. A promotion that leapfrogged an entire generation of considerably more experienced Ottoman statesmen, and Suleiman went further still, arranging Ibrahim's own marriage to one of his own sisters, Hatice Sultan, an honour that formally bound Ibrahim into the royal family itself, and granting him the title of Serasker, Supreme Military Commander, authority to lead Ottoman armies into the field with a degree of independent command no Grand Vizier before him had ever been trusted with. Contemporary accounts, Ottoman and European alike, describe Suleiman and Ibrahim sharing meals, sharing private quarters within the palace, and conducting the actual, practical business of governing an empire together in a manner one Venetian ambassador's own report back to his home government described with the kind of astonished, slightly scandalised detail this channel has already asked you, on another night in this room, to hold with genuine and careful uncertainty rather than any confident modern verdict, since the precise emotional register of that closeness, whether it reflected simple and total political trust between two men who had grown up together, or something carrying a warmer and more personal charge again, the surviving sources themselves do not allow either reading to be stated with total confidence, and it is worth naming, honestly, that Ibrahim's own spectacular rise, however it is finally understood, would in time produce exactly the kind of jealousy, resentment, and quiet, accumulating grievance at court, that this story will show you eventually brought it to an end considerably more violent than its own beginning. The field of Mohács, and a kingdom that broke in 2 hours. It is worth pausing before we follow Suleiman onto the single most consequential battlefield of his entire reign, on exactly what kind of kingdom Hungary actually was by the middle of the 1520s, because the catastrophe that was about to befall it was, in the plainest possible terms, the direct and entirely foreseeable result of decades of internal weakness that this channel's own recurring law of disasters, the same pattern you've heard this channel name on other nights in this room, applies here with almost textbook precision. A chain of individually reasonable decisions by Hungary's own quarrelling nobility, each one narrowing the kingdom's own options a little further, until a realm that had once, under an earlier and considerably more capable king, been strong enough to check Ottoman expansion in its own right found itself, by 1526, ruled by a young and inexperienced monarch named Louis II, commanding an army that Hungary's own famously fractious and famously tax-averse nobility had starved of the funding it would have needed to meet an Ottoman invasion on anything like equal terms. It is worth naming plainly that almost nobody with any real knowledge of the situation was actually surprised by what was coming, because the danger Suleiman's own accession posed to Hungary had been named clearly, and named repeatedly, by observers across Christian Europe for years before the Ottoman army ever crossed the Danube in force. Hungarian envoys had been pleading for meaningful financial and military support from the Holy Roman Empire, from the papacy, and from the various German princes for the better part of a decade, warning, in terms that read today with the same eerie prescience this channel has already told you, on another night in this room, characterised the warnings Byzantine ambassadors carried to the same indifferent Western courts 70 years earlier, that a fractured and underfunded Hungarian kingdom stood as the last meaningful barrier between Ottoman power and the heart of Central Europe, and that its collapse would not be a distant, containable tragedy at all. Pope Adrian VI, and after him, Pope Clement VII, both acknowledged the danger and both offered what limited papal funds could be spared, sums that arrived, as they so often did, in exactly this recurring pattern of well-intentioned but inadequate Western response. Too small and too late to meaningfully change the balance of forces actually arrayed at Mohács. It is worth naming too that Hungary's own internal politics made the crisis considerably worse than external indifference alone could have. A fractious nobility more consumed, in the years immediately before the invasion, by its own internal factional struggles over the young king's own regency, and over the perennial question of taxation than by any unified programme of frontier defence, so that the army Louis II actually led onto the field at Mohács was not simply outnumbered by the invading Ottomans. It was the product of a kingdom that had spent the better part of 2 decades failing, through exactly the kind of accumulated, individually defensible decisions this channel's own recurring law of disasters keeps finding underneath catastrophe after catastrophe, to prepare for a danger every one of its own diplomats abroad had been describing in plain and urgent language the whole time. Suleiman marched north again in the spring of 1526 with an army several contemporary estimates place at well over 100,000 men, supported by a formidable artillery train, and Louis, rather than waiting for the reinforcements that were in fact marching toward him from Transylvania and Croatia, but had not yet arrived, chose, under pressure from a faction of his own impatient and overconfident nobles, to give battle immediately, on open ground near the town of Mohács on the 29th of August, 1526, with a force several historians number at scarcely a quarter the size of the Ottoman army now arrayed against it. It is worth naming plainly the specific tactical arrangement that made the battle's own outcome so lopsided, because it illustrates exactly the kind of disciplined, combined arms warfare this story has already told you Suleiman's own inherited military machine had perfected. Ottoman commanders arranged their own janissary infantry and their own field artillery behind a screen of lighter cavalry, specifically positioned to absorb and then deliberately give way before the initial Hungarian charge, drawing the heavily armoured Hungarian knights forward into a killing ground where massed Ottoman cannon, chained together in a defensive line several contemporary accounts describe in specific and admiring detail, could fire directly into their own advancing ranks at close range. A tactic several military historians studying the battle since have noted bears a genuine family resemblance to the same layered defensive discipline this channel has already told you broke similarly overconfident cavalry charges at Nicopolis and Varna in earlier centuries, an Ottoman military tradition that had, by Suleiman's own reign, spent well over a century refining exactly this same lesson against exactly this same kind of heavy Western European cavalry assault. The battle itself, when it finally came, lasted, by most contemporary accounts, less than 2 hours, the heavily armoured but poorly coordinated Hungarian cavalry charging directly into the teeth of disciplined Ottoman artillery and janissary firepower arranged in the same kind of carefully layered defensive formation. This channel has already told you Ottoman commanders had perfected against similarly overconfident European cavalry charges elsewhere, and the result was not merely a defeat but something closer to an annihilation. The flower of the Hungarian nobility, a considerable portion of its own senior clergy, and King Louis II himself who drowned attempting to flee across a swollen stream in the chaos of the retreat, all destroyed in a single afternoon. A catastrophe so complete that it effectively ended the independent Kingdom of Hungary as a functioning political entity for the better part of the following century and a half. The surviving territory eventually splintering into a rump kingdom under Habsburg control in the west, a separate and increasingly Ottoman-aligned Principality of Transylvania in the east, and a broad central strip of the Old Kingdom brought within a decade and a half of Mohács under direct Ottoman administration as a full province of Suleiman's own empire. It is worth naming, too, the specific and rather human details several Ottoman court chroniclers record regarding Suleiman's own reaction once the body of the young Hungarian king was finally recovered from the marsh where he had drowned, because it complicates, in exactly the way this channel likes its portraits complicated, the image of a conqueror simply celebrating a rival's own destruction. Suleiman, by more than one contemporary account, is said to have looked on the recovered body of Louis II, a king not yet 20 years old at his own death, with genuine and unmistakable sorrow, remarking, in language later chroniclers rendered with varying degrees of embellishment, that he had come to fight the king as an enemy, and had not wished to see so young a man perish in so complete a ruin, a moment of recorded battlefield melancholy. This story would ask you to hold alongside, rather than in simple contradiction to, the sheer scale of destruction Suleiman's own army had just visited on Louis's kingdom in the same afternoon, the same both-hands complexity. This whole story has already asked you to extend to nearly every other figure it has introduced you to tonight. It is worth naming, plainly, what Mohács actually meant for the rest of Christian Europe, because the shock of it rippled outward considerably further than the battlefield itself. In language that echoes, this channel would ask you to notice, the same shattered confidence Varna and the Second Battle of Kosovo produced among Western observers nearly a century earlier, a lesson relearned rather than freshly discovered, that no army the fractured and perpetually quarrelling states of Christian Europe could currently assemble was capable of standing against Ottoman arms in open battle, and it is worth naming too that the road Mohács opened now led, in the most direct and literal sense, toward Vienna itself, the seat of the Habsburg dynasty, and by extension the single most symbolically significant target left standing between Suleiman's own empire and the heart of Western Christendom, the gates that held through the last week of autumn. It is worth pausing, before this story follows Suleiman to the walls of Vienna itself, on the specific chain of dynastic politics that actually put Vienna directly in his path, because the vacuum Louis II's own death at Mohács left behind produced, almost immediately, a contested succession to the now shattered Hungarian throne. One claimant, a Transylvanian nobleman named John Zápolya, seeking and receiving Ottoman backing in exchange for accepting vassal status under Suleiman, and a rival claimant, the Habsburg Archduke Ferdinand, brother of the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, asserting his own competing claim through marriage into the old Hungarian royal line, and backed, in turn, by the full weight of Habsburg dynastic power, and Suleiman, determined to install his own client on the Hungarian throne, and to punish what he regarded as Ferdinand's own illegitimate seizure of territory that rightfully belonged to his own vassal, marched north again in the spring of 1529, this time with Vienna itself as the campaign's own explicit and ambitious objective. It is worth naming honestly exactly why this particular siege, unlike Belgrade and unlike Rhodes before it, ultimately failed, because the reasons tell you a great deal about the genuine practical limits even an army as formidable as Suleiman's own actually operated under. An unusually wet spring and summer had turned the roads north from Ottoman territory into a genuine logistical nightmare, slowing the army's own advance by weeks, and, considerably more consequentially, forcing Suleiman to abandon a significant portion of his own heavier siege artillery. The great bombards that had proven so decisive at Belgrade and Rhodes alike when the same mud that slowed the marching army made hauling that heavy ordnance over hundreds of miles of waterlogged Balkan and Hungarian roads simply impractical. Suleiman's own army finally arrived beneath Vienna's own walls only in the last week of September, considerably later in the campaigning season than any prudent commander would have preferred, and the defenders inside, a garrison under the command of an experienced German mercenary captain named Nicholas Graf Salm, reinforced in the weeks before the siege began with troops and supplies. Ferdinand had managed to rush into the city in time, held those walls, without any of the great siege bombards this story has already told you, proved so decisive elsewhere, through 18 days of increasingly desperate and increasingly weather-battered assault, and Suleiman, watching autumn deepen into the kind of early, bitter cold that had already begun claiming men and horses in his own camp through exposure and disease, made the same hard calculation any prudent medieval commander eventually had to make when a siege dragged on too long against the season's own clock, and ordered a full withdrawal in the middle of October, the Ottoman army retreating south through weather several contemporary chroniclers on both sides describe as genuinely brutal, having failed, for the first time in Suleiman's own reign, to take the objective he had marched north to claim. It is worth naming, honestly, that the 18 days of actual assault outside Vienna's own walls were, in their own right, a genuinely close-fought contest rather than a foregone conclusion decided purely by the calendar, because Ottoman sappers, deprived of the great siege bombards this story has already told you were left behind in the mud, turned instead to the same mining tactics this story has already described, breaking ground beneath the walls of Rhodes, digging beneath Vienna's own fortifications and detonating a series of charges that succeeded, on more than one occasion, in opening real breaches in the city's own defences, breaches Salm's own defenders, fighting with the same desperate wall-by-wall tenacity this channel has already told you defined so many of the sieges this channel has walked you through on other nights in this room, managed each time to seal or to hold against direct assault before the breach could be exploited, a margin, several military historians studying the siege since have argued, thin enough that a longer campaigning season, or artillery that had actually survived the march north, might genuinely have tipped the result the other way entirely. It is worth naming too the considerably darker character the Ottoman retreat itself took on. Several contemporary accounts from both sides describing wide-scale burning of villages and, by a number of considerably less measured Christian chronicles, considerable violence against the rural population of Lower Austria as the withdrawing army moved back south through territory it had failed to conquer. A reminder this story has already offered you more than once tonight that the line between a disciplined siege conducted under formal terms and the wider, uglier violence of a campaigning army living off a hostile countryside was, in practice, very much thinner than either side's own official chronicles generally preferred to admit. It is worth naming plainly what this single failure actually meant for the rest of the century, because Vienna in 1529 marks, by the judgment of a great many modern historians, very nearly the furthest westward high-water mark of Ottoman military expansion into Europe, a boundary Suleiman himself would try once more in a second and similarly unsuccessful campaign against the city in 1532, and that his own successors would try again, with even less success, over the century and a half that followed, until an Ottoman army finally met its own decisive and permanent defeat beneath those same walls in 1683, more than a century after Suleiman himself was gone, a defeat this channel may well tell you the full story of on some future night in this room, and it is worth carrying forward through the rest of tonight's story, the plain and rather sobering fact that the empire whose own reach seemed, by 1529, close to limitless, had in fact already reached, in the mud outside a single fortified city, very nearly the outer edge of what its own logistics, its own supply lines, and its own campaigning season could actually sustain. the kingdom that finally stopped being contested and simply became a province. It is worth pausing before this story leaves Hungary behind for the rest of tonight on how the long grinding contest between Suleiman's own client John Zápolya and the Habsburg claimant Ferdinand, this story has already introduced you to, actually resolved itself, because it did not resolve quickly, and the eventual resolution reshaped the map of Central Europe for the century and a half that followed. Zápolya died in 1540, leaving an infant son as his own nominal heir, and Ferdinand, seeing in the dead king's own infant successor exactly the kind of vulnerable moment this story has already shown you every power in this century watched for in its own rivals, moved immediately to besiege the Hungarian capital at Buda in an attempt to seize the throne outright before the child could be secured in it, and Suleiman, marching north for the third time in little more than a decade to defend the succession of the very dynasty he had installed as his own vassal, relieved the siege, drove Ferdinand's forces back, and then made the decision that would define the shape of Central European politics for generations afterward, choosing not to restore the infant king to independent rule at all, but to annex central Hungary, Buda itself included, directly into the Ottoman Empire as a full province governed by an Ottoman-appointed Beylerbey, while permitting the dead king's own infant son to keep a considerably reduced principality in Transylvania as an Ottoman vassal state, and conceding the northern and western fringe of the Old Kingdom to Habsburg Ferdinand as a separate rump territory, paying its own uneasy tribute to Istanbul. It is worth naming plainly what this three-way division actually produced, because Hungary would remain split along very nearly these same lines: an Ottoman-administered centre, a Habsburg-controlled western north, and a nominally independent but functionally Ottoman-aligned Transylvania in the east. For the following century and a half, a partition this channel would ask you to hold in mind the next time this channel tells you the fuller story of the siege that finally reversed it outside Vienna in 1683, because the Hungary that Ottoman and Habsburg forces fought over in that later and more decisive century had already been living for 140 years by that point, inside the exact three-part division Suleiman's own decision at Buda in 1541 had first carved into the map. It is worth naming too, honestly, that this same three-way partition did not actually produce anything resembling a settled peace along the new Ottoman-Habsburg frontier, because the following decade and a half of Suleiman's own reign saw almost continuous low-grade border warfare, a grinding, unglamorous conflict later historians have come to call, with a certain grim irony, the little war, fought not through the kind of decisive Sultan-led set-piece battles this story has already described to you at Mohács and Belgrade, but through an endless, exhausting rhythm of raid and counter-raid, fortress skirmish and cattle theft, up and down a frontier that stretched for hundreds of miles through Hungary's own contested borderlands, neither side possessing quite the resources, or, after Vienna, quite the appetite to force a single decisive engagement, and both sides settling instead into a pattern of fortified garrison towns, facing one another across a no-man's land that consumed a steady, unglamorous trickle of soldiers' lives on both sides for years at a stretch, without ever producing a single battle this channel's own listeners are likely to have heard of before tonight. It is worth naming plainly that this same grinding frontier warfare, considerably less celebrated than the great sieges this story has already told you about, but considerably more representative in raw numbers of what most Ottoman and Habsburg soldiers on this particular border actually experienced across the middle decades of the 16th century, would continue in one form or another for the better part of a century and a half after Suleiman himself was gone. A slow, attritional contest this channel would ask you to hold alongside the more dramatic sieges tonight has already carried you through, because history, This channel is found again and again across every story it has ever told you in this room, is made at least as often out of exactly this kind of exhausting, half-forgotten stalemate as it is out of any single dramatic afternoon at Mohács. A harem that was not what its own European legend imagined. It is worth pausing before this story follows Suleiman back home to the palace, where the rest of tonight's most consequential drama would actually unfold, on the institution European writers of Suleiman's own century, and for centuries afterward found so endlessly fascinating, and so endlessly and generally quite inaccurately sensationalized, because the harem of the Ottoman imperial palace was, in genuine practice, considerably less a den of idle, sensual indulgence than the breathless accounts of European travellers who were never actually permitted to see inside it like to imagine, and considerably more what modern historians increasingly describe it as a rigorously organised and genuinely consequential institution of political and dynastic administration in its own right, staffed almost entirely by women who had entered it, in the overwhelming majority of documented cases, not through any romantic courtship at all, but through capture, purchase, or gift as slaves, taken young from Christian territories in the Balkans, the Caucasus, and beyond, converted to Islam and trained, inside the harem's own internal hierarchy in music, needlework, court etiquette, and, for the small number who rose furthest, in the genuine political education a future sultan's own mother or a sultan's own favoured consort would eventually need. It is worth naming, plainly, the specific internal structure that governed this world, because it operated with a formality this channel would ask you to hold alongside, rather than in simple contrast to, the very different court hierarchies of medieval Western Europe this channel has already told you about on other nights in this room, a hierarchy topped, above every other woman in the palace, by the Valide Sultan, the mother of the reigning sultan, whose own authority over the harem's internal affairs, and very often over considerable matters of state as well, was formally recognised and, in Suleiman's own case, held for the first 2 decades of his reign by his own mother Hafsa Sultan, a woman several surviving Ottoman and European sources alike describe as wielding real and substantial influence at court until her own death in 1534, and beneath the Valide Sultan a graduated rank of consorts and attendants, most of whom would live out their entire lives within the palace's own walls without ever bearing a sultan's child at all, a small number rising through a combination of favour, fortune, and often quite considerable personal political skill, to become a haseki, a sultan's own favoured and formally acknowledged concubine, and, more rarely still, a sultan's own mother, since Ottoman custom for generations before Suleiman had dictated that once a concubine bore a son, that same concubine's own further intimacy with the sultan would typically end. Her own remaining purpose within the dynasty now understood to be raising that one son, and eventually accompanying him to whichever provincial governorship he was sent to as he came of age, a custom. This story is about to show you one particular woman broke more completely, and with more lasting consequence, than any other woman in the whole of Ottoman history had ever managed before her. It is worth pausing briefly on what Hafsa Sultan's own death in 1534 actually meant to Suleiman personally, because the surviving record, thin as it generally is regarding his own private grief, preserves enough here to be worth naming. Suleiman, by several contemporary accounts, mourned his own mother with a genuine and visible intensity that briefly interrupted the ordinary business of the court, commissioning in her own memory a mosque and charitable complex in Manisa, the same province where she had once accompanied her own young son during his first years as provincial governor, and it is worth naming plainly that Hafsa's own death arrived in very nearly the same year Suleiman formally married Hurrem, a coincidence of timing several historians have found genuinely suggestive, since a Valide sultan as established and as respected as Hafsa Sultan might well have proven a genuine check on just how far Hurrem's own subsequent influence at court was ultimately able to grow, a restraining presence removed at almost precisely the moment Hurrem's own long ascent toward the kind of unprecedented authority this story has already described to you in such detail began to accelerate in earnest. It is worth naming, too, the men who actually governed the harem's own day-to-day affairs, because the institution was not, in practice, left to run itself without any outside oversight at all. The harem's own internal security and internal discipline fell to a court of eunuchs, castrated men whose own physical condition made them, by the logic of an institution built around guarding the sultan's own bloodline with total certainty, uniquely trusted to move freely through a space no other man besides the sultan himself was permitted to enter. And it is worth naming plainly that Ottoman practice by Suleiman's own century had come to rely on two distinct groups of these same eunuchs, white eunuchs, generally of Balkan or Caucasian origin, and typically overseeing the separate world of the palace's own outer administrative service, and black eunuchs, brought north through the same trans-Saharan and Red Sea slave routes that fed a considerable portion of the Ottoman Empire's own domestic labour force, who came, across the century following Suleiman's own reign, to hold specifically and exclusively the guardianship of the harem itself, the chief of this same black eunuch corps eventually rising in the decades after Suleiman was gone to become one of the single most politically influential officials in the entire empire, a position called the Kisla Aga, chief of the girls that would go on to broker marriages, control access to the Valide Sultan and to the Sultan's own favoured consorts, and manage, in practical terms, an enormous share of the palace's own daily political traffic. It is worth naming, honestly, that the men who filled this office had themselves been taken as boys and subjected to a procedure this channel will not describe in more graphic detail than is necessary, a mutilation inflicted specifically to render them permanently unable to father children of their own, a practice this story names plainly rather than passing over quietly, because the same institution capable of producing the extraordinary personal and political rise this story has already told you Hurrem achieved was built at every single level of its own internal structure, from the labour and the suffering of people who had never chosen, in any meaningful sense of that word, to be part of it at all. The slave girl who became the first sultan's wife the empire had seen in generations. It is worth naming specifically the woman whose own rise inside the system would, more than any other single individual factor, shape the whole of the second half of Suleiman's own reign, and whose own name has come down to European history somewhat inaccurately as Roxelana, but who is known in Ottoman sources by the name Hurrem Sultan, the Joyful One, a title that captures something genuine about the personality contemporary accounts consistently describe her as possessing. Hurrem was born, most modern historians now generally agree, in the region of what is today western Ukraine, then part of the Kingdom of Poland sometime around 1502, the daughter, by the most persistent later tradition, of an Orthodox priest, and was taken as a young woman, almost certainly through one of the periodic slave raids Crimean Tatar horsemen, themselves nominally Ottoman vassals, conducted routinely against the Slavic borderlands to the north, a captured population that fed, alongside the Devshirme system this channel has already described governing the recruitment of janissaries, a considerable portion of the human traffic that supplied palace harems across the whole of the Ottoman world. And Hurrem entered Suleiman's own harem sometime in the early 1520s, not long after his own accession, where she rose, with a speed that several contemporary observers found genuinely remarkable, from an ordinary new concubine to the Sultan's own unmistakable favourite within a matter of a few short years. It is worth naming plainly exactly how thoroughly Hurrem broke with the established customs this story has already described, governing a sultan's own concubines, because the scale of that break is very nearly unprecedented in the whole of Ottoman dynastic history up to that point. Where custom dictated that a concubine's own intimacy with the sultan effectively ended once she had borne him a single son, Hurrem went on to bear Suleiman 5 sons and a daughter across the following years, remaining throughout unmistakably his own favourite, and where custom further dictated that a sultan's mother would eventually leave the capital to accompany her own son to his provincial governorship, Hurrem remained in Istanbul at Suleiman's own side, a break with tradition so complete that it required Suleiman's own direct intervention against the objections of more than one senior palace official, and it is worth naming too the single most extraordinary break of all, that Suleiman, sometime around 1534, formally and legally married Hurrem, an act no reigning Ottoman Sultan had performed with a harem concubine in well over a century, since sultans of this period generally avoided marriage altogether, preferring the greater flexibility and the lesser political complication that came with fathering heirs through unmarried concubines rather than through a formally legitimate wife, whose own family, had she come from one with any standing, might otherwise have claimed a share of royal influence in return, a risk that did not, in Hurrem's own case, apply at all, since she had arrived at the Ottoman court with no family and no prior status whatsoever, making her, paradoxically, exactly the kind of politically unthreatening bride a cautious sultan's own advisers might otherwise have found reassuring, right up till the moment it became clear exactly how much political influence this same, formally unthreatening woman actually intended to wield in her own right. It is worth naming, too, plainly, what Hurrem actually did with the wealth and the standing her own extraordinary position afforded her, because it complicates, in exactly the both-hands way this channel likes to leave you with, the image of a purely scheming court manipulator that a great deal of later European legend, considerably more comfortable blaming a foreign woman for a sultan's own decisions than examining the sultan's own choices directly, has generally preferred to remember her as. Hurrem commissioned, through Sinan's own workshop, an extensive charitable complex in Istanbul known as the Haseki Sultan Complex, built specifically in the working-class district near the old slave market, including a mosque, a medical hospital, a public kitchen that fed, by several surviving Ottoman administrative records, hundreds of poor residents of the surrounding neighbourhood every single day, and a school, funded in perpetuity through religious endowments called waqfs, that continued operating long after her own death. And it is worth naming too that Hurrem personally corresponded, in her own right and largely independent of Suleiman himself, with the Polish king Sigismund II Augustus, using her own connections to her own birth region to help maintain a durable peace between the Ottoman Empire and the Kingdom of Poland across several decades in which Ottoman-Polish relations might easily have deteriorated into exactly the kind of open warfare this story has already shown you consume nearly every other one of the empire's own European borders. It is worth naming plainly that this same woman who funded hospitals and negotiated with foreign kings is the very same woman this story has already told you very likely helped engineer the deaths of 2 of her own husband's other sons, and it is worth naming honestly that both of these facts are true at once. Exactly the same complicated arithmetic this story has already asked you to extend to Suleiman himself, extended now, in fairness, to the one woman in this whole story who shaped his own reign more than any other person besides the Sultan himself. It is worth pausing, honestly, on how much genuine documentary evidence survives of the actual relationship between Suleiman and Hurrem, because it is considerably more than survives for almost any other royal marriage this channel has told you about on any other night in this room, and it paints a picture of real and evidently lasting affection rather than mere political convenience. Suleiman, under the pen name Muhibi the Lover, was a genuinely accomplished poet across the whole of his own life, composing several thousand surviving verses over the course of his reign, and a considerable number of his own most tender poems are addressed directly to Hürrem, one surviving verse describing her as his springtime, his one and only love, the most beautiful among the beautiful, and their own surviving correspondence, exchanged across the long month Suleiman spent away on campaign, reads, in the passages historians have translated and studied most closely, with a warmth and an intimacy that stands in genuine and rather striking contrast to the purely transactional character this story has already told you. Generally governed royal marriages across medieval and early modern Europe alike, a private tenderness that coexisted, this story must now tell you honestly, with a public political ambition on Hürrem's own part that would, within 2 decades, help push one of Suleiman's own sons toward exile and death, and would help engineer the killing of another son entirely, a genuine love story, and a genuine and quite ruthless court intrigue occupying, without any real contradiction, the very same marriage, the pen name of a man who signed his own conquest differently than he signed his own verse. It is worth pausing before this story returns to the more familiar business of armies and treaties, on the sheer scale of what Suleiman actually wrote across the whole of his own reign, because this channel would be doing this particular sultan a real disservice if it let the word poet pass by tonight as a single decorative footnote, rather than as one of the genuinely defining facts of who he was. Suleiman composed, under the pen name Muhibi, somewhere in the neighbourhood of 3,000 surviving poems across his own lifetime, collected after his own death into a formal divan, a body of work several modern scholars of Ottoman literature rank among the most accomplished produced by any Ottoman poet of the entire classical period, sultan or otherwise, written in the elaborate image-dense tradition of Persian-influenced court poetry. This channel would ask you to imagine as operating under rules of formal constraint not unlike the troubadour verse this channel has already told you. On another night in this room, flourished in Eleanor of Aquitaine's own Aquitanian court 4 centuries earlier, each poem built from carefully patterned couplets thick with recurring images of gardens, nightingales, wine, and the specific stylized ache of a lover forever just out of reach of his own beloved. It is worth naming plainly that a great many of Suleiman's own surviving poems are addressed, by name or by unmistakable implication, to Hürrem herself. One of his own most frequently quoted verses describing her as his own throne of solitude, his own wealth, his own love, his own light of the moon, his own most sincere friend, his own confidant, his own very existence, his own sultan, my one and only love, the very beauty among the beauties, language that reads, even across 5 centuries and through the necessary distortion of translation, with a warmth this channel would ask you to take as genuine evidence of real feeling, rather than as mere courtly convention, precisely because Suleiman wrote so much of it, across so many decades, and precisely because so very much of it names Hürrem specifically, rather than praising some deliberately unnamed and interchangeable beloved, the way a great deal of formal court poetry of this same period generally preferred to do. It is worth naming too that Suleiman's own poetry was not confined to romantic verse alone. A considerable portion of his own surviving divan given over to religious and mystical themes, to reflections on the transience of worldly power that read, in light of everything this story has already told you about the killings his own reign required, with a genuinely uncomfortable irony, one frequently quoted couplet observing that the people think of wealth and power as great fortune, but there is no greater fortune in this world than health, a sentiment this channel would ask you to hold up, without any particular comment, against the same man's own signed order for his own eldest son's execution, because a sultan capable of writing both was, in the end, exactly the same complicated and internally consistent man. This whole story has been describing to you across the whole of tonight. The daughter who never once appears in a single one of this story's own battles. It is worth pausing before this story follows Suleiman back onto the battlefield on a member of his own family. This kind of history, told chiefly through campaigns and successions, has an old and very bad habit of leaving out almost entirely, because Suleiman and Hürrem's own daughter, Mihrimah Sultan, born in 1522, lived a life that never once required her to lead an army or sit a throne, and that nonetheless tells us something this story would be considerably poorer for omitting about what real power actually looked like for an Ottoman royal woman who was not herself a sultan's mother. Mihrimah was, by every surviving account, her own father's clear favourite among his daughters, educated alongside her own brothers in a manner considerably more thorough than Ottoman custom generally extended to royal women, and married in 1539 to Rustam Pasha. The same capable and ambitious statesman this story has already told you, Suleiman would go on to elevate to the Grand Vizierate, and who would go on, in turn, to play so consequential and so widely suspected a role in the downfall of Mihrimah's own half-brother Mustafa 14 years later. A marriage that bound the empire's own most powerful surviving administrative office directly into the royal family for the second time in a single generation, exactly the way Ibrahim's own marriage to Suleiman's sister Hatice had done a decade and a half earlier. It is worth naming plainly what Mihrimah actually did with the wealth and the position this marriage and her own father's favour gave her, because it was considerably more than the ceremonial role a Western European princess of the same period would generally have been permitted. Mihrimah commissioned, through Sinan's own workshop, 2 substantial mosque complexes in Istanbul that still stand today, one on the city's own western hill near the old land walls, and one directly on the shore of the Bosphorus, funded an extensive network of charitable religious endowments across the empire, and by several surviving Venetian and Habsburg diplomatic reports, corresponded directly and with real personal authority with foreign rulers on matters of state, Sigismund II of Poland among them, in a manner ordinary Ottoman court protocol would not on paper have extended to a woman at all. It is worth naming too that Mihrimah's own later years were shaped by exactly the family tragedies this story has already walked you through, her own husband Rustem dying in 1561, the same year her own half-brother Bayezid and his 4 young sons were executed in Persia, and her own full brother Selim inheriting a throne that left her, by the final years of her father's reign, one of the very few members of the family who had watched nearly every other sibling and rival either strangled, exiled, or dead. A quieter and less bloody survival than her own father's, but a survival that carried, in its own way, exactly as much of this family's own accumulated grief as anyone else in this story tonight. Behind the sultans and the strangled princes, an empire built on people who never chose any of it. It is worth pausing honestly before this story follows Suleiman's own reign back to its more familiar battles and treaties, on the enormous population of genuinely ordinary people whose own uncounted lives actually made this entire golden reign possible. Because a story told only through sultans, viziers and admirals leaves out, by simple necessity of scale, the overwhelming majority of the human beings who actually lived through it, and this channel has never much cared for telling a story that way. Consider first the boys the Dievscherm levy this story has already described to you actually took, torn, in a very literal sense, from Christian villages across the Balkans, generally between the ages of 8 and 18, marched away from families who had no legal recourse whatsoever to refuse the levy, and no reliable way of ever learning what eventually became of the sons the empire had taken, a system this channel must name honestly as a form of organised state-sanctioned child abduction dressed by the empire's own considerable success, in turning a portion of those same boys into the most celebrated soldiers and administrators of their own century, in language of opportunity and advancement that should not be allowed to erase the grief of the families standing in the doorways of those same villages, watching their own sons marched away by Ottoman officials with no ceremony at all. Consider too the young women who filled the harem. This story has already described to you in careful structural detail the overwhelming majority of whom, unlike Hurrem, never rose to any position of real influence at all, spending entire lives inside the palace's own walls in service roles that left no name behind in any surviving chronicle, no correspondence, no tomb inscription, simply an unrecorded existence lived out entirely within a single walled compound they had, in the great majority of documented cases, first entered as captured or purchased property rather than through any choice of their own. And it is worth naming plainly that nobody at the time counted how many such women actually lived and died this way across the whole of Suleiman's own 46 years on the throne, and so nobody now knows, an uncounted population this story would ask you to hold in mind, alongside every named sultana this story has told you about tonight, because for every harem whose own letters survive, there were, by any reasonable estimate, hundreds of women whose own entire interior lives have vanished as completely as if they had never been written down at all, which is very nearly the literal truth of it. Consider finally the ordinary janissary and the ordinary Temeriate cavalrymen, the men who actually marched the roads to Belgrade and Rhodes and Mohács and Vienna, and died there in numbers. No contemporary Ottoman chronicle bothered to tally with any real precision. Men whose own individual names survive, if they survive at all, only in the scattered pension and pay records the empire's own remarkably thorough bureaucracy kept for entirely administrative, rather than commemorative reasons. And it is worth naming plainly that this same asymmetry, a named and celebrated sultan whose own private letters have been preserved and studied for 5 centuries, standing above an uncounted mass of ordinary soldiers and ordinary harem women whose own individual stories have simply vanished, is not unique to the Ottoman world this story has spent tonight describing to you. It is very nearly the standard, recurring shape of how power writes its own history everywhere. In every century this channel has ever told you a story from, and it deserves to be named plainly every single time this channel finds it, rather than quietly accepted as simply how the story has always been told. It is worth naming too, plainly, what 46 years of very nearly continuous warfare actually cost the ordinary tax-paying subjects whose own labour funded every single one of the campaigns this story has already told you about tonight, because a reign this militarily active did not pay for itself out of thin air. The 13 personal campaigns Suleiman led over the course of his own reign required each time the raising of an army numbering, in the largest cases, well over 100,000 men, the purchase and provisioning of the food, the powder, and the pack animals to move and feed that same army across hundreds, or, in the case of the Safavid campaigns this story has already described to you, thousands of miles of difficult terrain, and the maintenance, in years without active campaigning at all, of the standing Janissary Corps and the standing navy. This story has told you Barbarossa built into Mediterranean dominance, and the overwhelming majority of the revenue that paid for all of it was drawn, in the end, from exactly the kind of ordinary agricultural taxation this story has already described the Tarir Defters recording village by village across the whole of the empire. It is worth naming, honestly, that several modern economic historians studying the Ottoman fiscal records of this same period have found real evidence of taxation burdens rising, in specific provinces and specific years, considerably faster than agricultural productivity itself was rising to meet them, a slow, accumulating strain that would not become genuinely acute until well after Suleiman's own death. But that was already, by the final years of his own reign, beginning to leave its own mark on provincial tax registers in the form of villages recorded as abandoned or as unable to meet their own assessed obligations, a quiet fiscal warning line running beneath the whole glittering surface of conquest and architecture. This story is spent tonight describing to you one this channel would ask you to hold in mind rather than let the word magnificent entirely obscure. Because an empire's own golden age, this channel has learned across every other story it has ever told you in this room, is very rarely experienced as golden by every single one of the people whose own labour is actually paying for it. The corsair who gave an empire the sea it had never fully held. It is worth pausing before this story follows Suleiman's own family drama any further on the specific and genuinely remarkable naval transformation his reign oversaw. Because the Ottoman Empire that Suleiman inherited, for all its own formidable land power, had never quite matched, ship for ship, the great maritime republics of Venice and Genoa. This channel has already told you dominated Mediterranean trade for centuries, and it was a former pirate, rather than any career naval officer trained inside the empire's own formal institutions, who finally closed that gap. Hayreddin, a corsair of mixed Ottoman and Greek parentage from the island of Lesbos, had spent decades before ever entering formal Ottoman service building a fearsome reputation, alongside his own elder brother, raiding Christian shipping and Christian coastal towns across the western Mediterranean from a base of operations in Ottoman-aligned Algiers, a reputation vivid enough that Christian Europe came to know him by the nickname Barbarossa, Red Beard, and it was Suleiman himself, recognising in this experienced and famously ruthless corsair exactly the kind of naval expertise his own empire had never quite managed to develop from within, who summoned Barbarossa to Istanbul in the early 1530s and appointed him Capudan Pasha, Grand Admiral of the entire Ottoman fleet, a decision several of Suleiman's own more conventional courtiers reportedly found genuinely alarming, elevating a man of piratical background to command the Sultan's own navy, but a decision that would, within a few short years, pay off in one of the single most decisive naval engagements of the entire 16th century. At the Battle of Preveza, in September of 1538, Barbarossa's own Ottoman fleet met a considerably larger combined Christian armada, assembled under the Holy League banner and commanded by the celebrated Genoese Admiral Andrea Doria off the western coast of Greece, and in an engagement several naval historians still study closely for the sheer tactical skill Barbarossa displayed, luring the more cautious and more numerically superior Christian fleet into open water on terms that favoured his own smaller and more manoeuvrable galleys. The Ottoman navy inflicted a defeat so complete and so demoralising that it secured effective Ottoman naval dominance over the eastern and central Mediterranean for the better part of the following 3 decades, a dominance that let Suleiman's own empire move troops, supplies, and, when it suited Ottoman strategic purposes, formal alliance fleets across the length of that sea with a freedom no Ottoman Sultan before him had ever quite enjoyed. And it is worth naming plainly that Barbarossa's own rise from pirate to Grand Admiral stands as one of the clearest illustrations in the whole of Suleiman's reign of a genuinely meritocratic instinct that ran alongside and in real tension with the rigid hereditary logic governing succession to the throne itself, a sultan entirely willing to elevate a former corsair of humble and disreputable origin to command his own navy, so long as that same sultan's own dynastic bloodline remained, in every other respect, jealously and at times murderously guarded. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the specific and considerably more mixed campaign that came 3 years before that same decisive victory, because Preveza did not arrive out of nowhere. It arrived as Ottoman retaliation for a genuine and genuinely embarrassing Christian success. Charles V himself, in 1535, personally led a major expedition against Barbarossa's own base of operations at Tunis, then, under nominal Ottoman protection, a campaign that succeeded, after a hard-fought siege, in capturing the city and in freeing several thousand Christian galley slaves held there. A genuine personal triumph for Charles, that Habsburg propaganda across Europe celebrated for years afterward as definitive proof that Ottoman and Barbary naval power could, in fact, be beaten. Barbarossa himself escaped the fall of Tunis with the core of his own fleet intact, and it is worth naming plainly that the humiliation of Tunis appears, by several historians' own reading of the following years, to have hardened Suleiman's own resolve to see his own admiral properly equipped and properly supported for exactly the kind of decisive rematch that came at Preveza 3 years later. A rematch that not only avenged Tunis in purely military terms, but re-established for the following 3 decades exactly the naval dominance Charles's own victory had briefly called into question. One more illustration of the same rhythm of setback and recovery. This story has already shown you defining nearly every front of Suleiman's own extraordinarily long reign. It is worth naming too that the Battle of Preveza itself was only the single most decisive engagement of a considerably longer Ottoman-Venetian war that stretched from 1537 to 1540. A conflict that tells you something genuinely important about the limits of the same Franco-Ottoman friendship this story is about to describe to you. Because Venice, for all its own genuine and long-standing commercial interest in staying on tolerable terms with Ottoman power, found itself, across these same years, repeatedly drawn into exactly the kind of anti-Ottoman coalition Suleiman's own steady western expansion kept provoking, losing, by the war's own eventual conclusion, several of its own remaining Aegean island possessions and paying a substantial indemnity to secure a peace that left Venetian trade in the eastern Mediterranean considerably more dependent on Ottoman goodwill than it had been at the war's own outset. It is worth naming plainly that this same pattern Venice caught between its own genuine commercial need to maintain good relations with the Ottoman Empire and its own recurring reluctant participation in the broader Christian coalitions this story has already described assembling against Suleiman again and again, would recur across the whole of the following century, right up to and including the far larger and far more consequential war for Cyprus. This channel may well tell you the fuller story of on some future night in this room, a rivalry between a commercially minded maritime republic and an expanding land and sea empire that Suleiman's own reign, this story would suggest, first tipped decisively and durably in the empire's own favour. The alliance that scandalised Christian Europe. It is worth pausing too on one of the more genuinely startling diplomatic relationships of Suleiman's own reign, because it illustrates exactly how far pragmatic statecraft could carry an alliance across a religious divide that this channel has already told you, across several nights in this room, generations of crusading rhetoric had insisted was simply unbridgeable. Francis I of France, locked for decades in a bitter and repeatedly renewed rivalry with the Habsburg Emperor Charles V for dominance over Western and Central Europe, and finding himself, after a disastrous defeat and a period of humiliating captivity in Habsburg custody, in genuine need of any counterweight he could find against an emperor whose own territories now surrounded France on nearly every land border at once, reached out to Suleiman in the late 1520s with an offer of alliance, and Suleiman, recognising in Francis's own predicament exactly the kind of useful distraction that might keep Habsburg attention and Habsburg resources divided between 2 fronts, rather than concentrated entirely against Ottoman expansion in the east, accepted, forming a Franco-Ottoman alliance that would endure in one form or another for the better part of the following 2.5 centuries. It is worth naming plainly that this alliance produced consequences a great many contemporary Christian observers across the rest of Europe found genuinely scandalous. A formerly Catholic king coordinating military strategy, on more than one occasion, with the Muslim Sultan, whose own armies had so recently threatened Vienna itself, including a joint Franco-Ottoman siege of the Habsburg-allied city of Nice in 1543. that saw Ottoman and French forces fighting side by side, and Suleiman granted French merchants, in a series of formal trade agreements called the capitulations, extensive and genuinely valuable privileges to trade within Ottoman territory under favourable legal terms, an arrangement that would go on to form the template for similar commercial agreements the Ottoman Empire eventually extended to England and to several other European powers as well. And it is worth naming, honestly, that this whole alliance rested in the end on exactly the same cold, practical calculation of shared strategic interest this channel has already told you governed royal alliances everywhere in this period, dressed up, on the French side at least, in considerably more careful and considerably more defensive language than either side's own domestic critics were generally willing to extend it. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the specific and genuinely striking language Suleiman's own chancery used in its own official correspondence with Francis, and with every other foreign ruler across the whole of his own reign, because the titulature alone tells you something real about how this empire actually understood its own place in the world. Suleiman's own letters opened, in a formal style his scribes applied with real consistency across 4 decades, with a string of titles that ran considerably longer and considerably grander than anything a European chancery of the same period would have dared apply to its own king, Sultan of Sultans, Sovereign of Sovereigns, Distributor of crowns to the monarchs of the earth, Shadow of God upon the world, alongside the more specific and more geographically exhaustive list of territories. This story has already told you Suleiman actually ruled, a rhetorical style several modern historians of Ottoman diplomacy read less as simple boastfulness than as a deliberate and carefully calibrated assertion of the Ottoman Sultan's own claim to universal, rather than merely regional sovereignty addressed to French and Habsburg correspondents alike, in language that positioned Suleiman not as one king writing to another as an equal at all, but as something considerably closer, in the empire's own self-understanding, to the paramount ruler of the entire civilized world, an audacious claim by any honest modern measure, but one that this story has already shown you tonight, across 13 personal campaigns and 46 years on the throne. Suleiman came about as close as any single 16th century ruler plausibly could to actually making good on. A crown built in Venice to answer a rival's own claim to Rome. It is worth pausing, before this story leaves the world of formal 16th century diplomacy behind for a while, on one of the more genuinely theatrical episodes of Suleiman's own long rivalry with the Habsburg Emperor Charles V, because it captures, in a single striking object, exactly how much of this entire contest was fought not only with armies and treaties, but with the deliberate, carefully staged language of imperial symbolism itself. Charles V, ruling as Holy Roman Emperor over a domain that already stretched from Spain and the Netherlands through much of Italy and Central Europe, claimed, through that same imperial title, a direct and unbroken line of descent from the old Roman Empire. This channel has already told you, on another night in this room, fell in the city Suleiman's own great-grandfather conquered, and Suleiman, who held, through that same conquest, his own considerably more literal claim to the actual former seat of Roman power, understood Charles's own repeated use of the word Caesar as a genuine and pointed challenge to Ottoman prestige. One Suleiman answered, in 1532, by commissioning from the workshops of Venice one of the strangest and most elaborate pieces of royal regalia any 16th century ruler ever ordered, a 4-tiered ceremonial helmet crowned with enormous pearls, diamonds, rubies and emeralds, each of its own 4 tiers deliberately exceeding, in the sheer number of tiers alone, the 3-tiered papal tiara this channel has already told you, on another night in this room, symbolized the Pope's own supreme spiritual authority in the West, a piece of jewellery designed to be worn only once, in a deliberately staged public appearance before Suleiman's own army, as it marched toward the Habsburg frontier that same year, precisely so that every foreign ambassador and every foreign spy present, and there were always foreign ambassadors and foreign spies present at exactly these kinds of staged occasions, could carry back to their own home courts a vivid, unmistakable report of a sultan who considered himself not merely Charles V's equal, but, in the specific and pointed language of that extraordinary object, his own rival's clear and evident superior. It is worth naming plainly that Suleiman never wore this same elaborate crown helmet in Vienna itself, since the campaign of 1532 ended, much as the campaign of 1529 had, without ever actually bringing the two rulers' armies into a single decisive battle at all. Charles's own considerable defensive preparations that year persuading Suleiman to withdraw rather than risk a second costly siege, and it is worth naming too that the crown itself survives today only in the detailed contemporary engravings and inventories, Venetian craftsmen and Venetian merchants, who had, after all, been paid a fortune to produce it, carefully recorded at the time, the physical object itself having long since vanished from the historical record, melted down or dispersed at some point in the centuries since. A genuinely fitting fate this channel would suggest, for an object whose entire purpose had never really been to be worn at all, but simply to be seen once by exactly the right and most influential set of eyes. It is worth pausing for a moment on exactly who else happened to be sitting on a throne somewhere in the world during these same decades, because Suleiman's own 46 years on the Ottoman throne overlapped with a genuinely remarkable cluster of other rulers whose own names this channel's listeners will very likely already recognise, and the comparison sharpens, by simple contrast, exactly how singular Suleiman's own position actually was. Henry VIII sat on the English throne for the first half of Suleiman's own reign, breaking with Rome and remaking an entire kingdom's religious life around his own marital difficulties, while Suleiman was busy conquering Belgrade and Rhodes, an ocean and a continent away. Francis I of France, this story has already told you, spent decades locked in rivalry with the Habsburg Emperor Charles V. The same Charles this story has just shown you. Suleiman answered with an elaborate jewelled helmet rather than an army, a three-way tangle of shifting alliance and rivalry among Suleiman, Francis and Charles that dominated European diplomacy for the better part of 3 decades. Even the fourth, remembered to history as Ivan the Terrible, was consolidating the Grand Duchy of Moscow into what would eventually become the Tsardom of Russia during these same middle decades of the 16th century, a rising northern power whose own eventual expansion into the Caucasus and the Black Sea steppe would, in the centuries after Suleiman's own death, become one of the Ottoman Empire's own most persistent and most eventually dangerous rivals. And in Rome, a succession of popes, Clement VII and Paul III chief among them, watched Suleiman's own advances into Hungary and toward Vienna with the same genuine alarm this channel has already told you. On another night in this room, an earlier generation of popes watched an earlier Ottoman advance toward Constantinople itself, issuing crusading bulls and pleading for unified Christian resistance that the same fractured, mutually suspicious coalition of Western powers this channel has already shown you struggled again and again across the centuries to actually deliver in time or in sufficient force to matter. Suleiman, in other words, was not simply the most powerful ruler of his own particular corner of the world during these decades. He was, by most careful modern reckoning of comparative territory, comparative revenue and comparative military reach, very plausibly the single most powerful individual human being alive anywhere on Earth for a considerable stretch of the middle 16th century, a fact worth sitting with, plainly, rather than letting pass as simple rhetorical flourish. It is worth naming too one further and genuinely unexpected consequence of Suleiman's own rivalry with Charles V, because it touches a story this channel's listeners may already know from an entirely different direction. Suleiman's own wars against the Habsburgs kept Charles's own military attention, and Charles's own financial resources divided between his eastern frontier and his ambitions elsewhere across his own sprawling domains for decades on end. And several modern historians have argued that this same persistent Ottoman pressure meaningfully reduced the resources and the sustained attention Charles was able to direct towards suppressing the Protestant Reformation, then spreading across the German lands of his own Holy Roman Empire, an unintended and entirely unplanned consequence in which a Muslim sultan's own purely strategic rivalry with a Catholic emperor may have helped, indirectly, and quite without either side ever framing it this way at the time. Buy the fledgling Protestant movement the additional years of breathing room it needed to become permanently established. One more illustration of how thoroughly the fates of Christian Europe's own internal religious struggles could turn on decisions made an entire continent away. By a ruler most of the German princes involved never met, and very likely never expected to owe anything at all. Baghdad, Tabriz, and a rival empire that worshipped the same god differently. It is worth pausing before this story follows Suleiman back to the darker family drama waiting for him at home, on the considerably less celebrated eastern front of his own reign, a long and grinding series of wars against the Safavid Empire of Persia that occupied a great deal of Suleiman's own military attention and a great deal of his own treasury across several separate campaigns. Wars fought not against a Christian rival at all, but against a fellow Muslim power whose own Safavid rulers had adopted Shia Islam as their own state religion, a doctrinal divide the Ottomans, as the self-proclaimed defenders of Sunni orthodoxy and the holders of the caliphate itself, regarded with a hostility every bit as genuine as anything this story has already shown you directed at Christian Europe. Suleiman personally led 3 separate major campaigns against Safavid Persia across the course of his own reign, capturing the Safavid capital of Tabriz on more than one occasion, though the city itself, sitting at the far, difficult-to-supply eastern edge of Ottoman logistical reach, proved considerably easier to occupy briefly than to hold permanently, and achieving in the campaign of 1534 and 1535 the considerably more lasting conquest of Baghdad itself, the old seat of the Abbasid Caliphate this channel has already told you on another night in this room, once stood at the very centre of the medieval Islamic world before the Mongol conquests of an earlier century reduced it to a shadow of its former self. A conquest that brought Mesopotamia formally and durably into Ottoman territory, and that let Suleiman claim, with real symbolic weight across the wider Islamic world, custody of some of Shia and Sunni Islam's own most revered shared holy sites. It is worth naming too an entirely different and considerably more distant theatre of Suleiman's own reign, because the same conquest of Egypt this story has already told you his own father Selim handed the Ottoman Empire a genuine working presence on the Red Sea, and consequently a direct stake in a struggle already underway by the time Suleiman inherited the throne between the Islamic powers of the Indian Ocean trade and a considerably newer and considerably more disruptive arrival, the Portuguese Empire, whose own fleets had spent the opening decades of the 16th century seizing key ports and choke points across the whole of that ocean, specifically to redirect the ancient spice trade running from India and the East Indies away from the old Arab and Venetian intermediaries and toward Lisbon instead. Suleiman's own admirals, drawing on the detailed navigational knowledge preserved in the surviving charts of the Ottoman cartographer and naval commander Piri Reis, whose own remarkable world map, compiled in part from captured Spanish and Portuguese sources, survives today as one of the genuinely prized cartographic treasures of the whole 16th century, launched a series of Ottoman naval expeditions into the Indian Ocean, Across the 1530s and 1540s, campaigns fought thousands of miles from Istanbul in support of Muslim sultanates in India and the Horn of Africa under Portuguese pressure, seizing and briefly holding the strategic port of Aden on the southern coast of Arabia and mounting a major, though ultimately unsuccessful, assault on Portuguese-held Diu on the Indian coast itself in 1538. It is worth naming plainly that this same Indian Ocean campaign never achieved anything close to the total Ottoman dominance. This story has already told you Barbarossa secured in the Mediterranean, the distances involved, and the Portuguese Empire's own considerable naval sophistication, proving, in the end, a genuinely difficult combination for Ottoman logistics to fully overcome. But it is worth naming too that the mere fact of this campaign, an Ottoman fleet fighting a Catholic European rival for control of trade routes off the coast of India during the very same years, Suleiman was also besieging Vienna and negotiating with the King of France, gives you some real sense of just how genuinely vast and how genuinely simultaneous the demands on this single empire's own attention actually were. It is worth naming, honestly, that these eastern campaigns, however genuinely significant to the empire's own long-term territorial consolidation, never captured the imagination of European chroniclers, and consequently never captured the imagination of later European legend in anything like the way Belgrade, Rhodes, Mohács and Vienna did. A Christian audience naturally more invested in recording and remembering the wars fought against Christian kingdoms than the equally consequential wars Suleiman fought against a rival Muslim empire on his own eastern frontier. And it is worth naming too that these same eastern wars would not finally be settled in any lasting formal sense until the Peace of Amasya in 1555, an agreement that fixed the general Ottoman-Safavid frontier for a generation and that freed Suleiman, in the final decade of his own long reign, to turn his own attention back toward Europe and toward the considerably darker business waiting for him inside his very own family. It is worth pausing, briefly, on what actually made these eastern campaigns so much harder to sustain than the far shorter and, in a purely logistical sense, considerably easier campaigns this story has already told you Suleiman conducted against Belgrade and Hungary, because the distance alone tells a great deal of the story. A campaign against Vienna required an Ottoman army to march roughly 1,000 miles from Istanbul, difficult enough given the mud and the shortened campaigning season this story has already described to you, but a campaign against Tabriz or Baghdad required marching considerably farther still, across terrain that offered far less of the settled agricultural countryside an army could reliably forage from as it advanced. And it is worth naming too that the Safavids themselves, unlike the fixed garrisons Suleiman's armies faced at Belgrade or Rhodes, generally declined to meet the far larger Ottoman army in open battle at all, adopting instead a deliberate strategy of scorched earth withdrawal, burning their own crops and driving off their own livestock ahead of the advancing Ottomans and retreating deeper into their own mountainous interior, so that Suleiman's forces, on more than one occasion, found themselves occupying a captured but largely emptied Tabriz, its own granaries and its own population withdrawn ahead of them, with no Safavid army left in the field close enough to force into the kind of single decisive engagement that had settled the fate of an entire Hungarian kingdom in under 2 hours at Mohács. It is worth naming plainly that this same frustrating, elusive style of warfare, a rival simply refusing to stand and fight on the terms the larger army would have preferred, cost Suleiman's own treasury and his own soldiers' lives across multiple campaigns spanning more than 2 decades of his reign, without ever producing the kind of clean, total, and permanently decisive victory his own Western campaigns against Hungary had achieved in a single, brutal afternoon, A reminder that even the most formidable army of its own century could not simply will a decisive victory into existence against an enemy who had made the deliberate and, in the end, genuinely effective choice never to give that army the battle it actually wanted, the favourite who fell as fast as he had risen. It is worth pausing before this story lets Ibrahim Pasha simply recede into the background of the rest of Suleiman's own reign, on exactly how that extraordinary partnership actually ended, because the manner of its ending would go on to cast a long and genuinely instructive shadow over everything else this story is going to tell you about the fate of men, and eventually of sons, who rose too high and too visibly in Suleiman's own favour. For the better part of 13 years, Ibrahim governed the day-to-day administration of the empire with an authority that came, in practice, to rival the Sultan's own, commanding armies in the field against the Safavids with the title of Serasker this story has already named for you, negotiating directly and on equal footing with foreign ambassadors, and accumulating in his own private residence on the Hippodrome in Istanbul a household and a personal wealth that several contemporary observers describe as rivaling anything the Sultan's own palace could display, a visibility several of Suleiman's own more traditional advisers had, for years, quietly regarded as dangerous, since an empire that had spent 2.5 centuries writing law after law to guard against any single man's own power ever rivaling the Sultan's had, in Ibrahim, allowed exactly that rivalry to develop in full public view. It is worth naming plainly the specific accumulation of grievances several modern historians point to as having finally turned Suleiman against the friend of his own boyhood, because no single decisive betrayal survives in the record, only a slow gathering of smaller offences that a sultan increasingly influenced by Hurrem's own counsel appears to have stopped forgiving. Ibrahim had, by the early 1530s, begun styling himself in correspondence and in certain ceremonial contexts with the title Sultan, an honorific traditionally reserved for members of the ruling dynasty itself, and overreached several contemporary Ottoman chroniclers' record as having caused real and lasting offence. Once word of it reached Suleiman's own ears, and Ibrahim's own increasingly autocratic conduct of the eastern campaigns against Persia, executing a senior Ottoman official without what several accounts describe as proper authorization during the 1534 campaign that would go on to capture Baghdad, added to a portrait steadily assembled at court in Ibrahim's own prolonged absences in the field, of a Grand Vizier who had begun to conduct himself less like the Sultan's own most trusted servant, and more like a second Sultan in his own right, a portrait Hurrem and her own allies at court, who had every reason by this point to want Suleiman's own inner circle narrowed rather than widened, appear to have been entirely willing to help sharpen. It is worth naming, honestly and without softening, exactly how it ended, because the manner of Ibrahim's own death previews, in miniature and 17 years early, precisely the method this story has already told you would later claim Mustafa's own life. On the night of the 15th of March, 1536, Ibrahim dined with Suleiman inside the palace itself, the two men sharing a meal together in what several accounts describe as an entirely ordinary evening, exactly the kind of shared table this story has already told you the two of them had kept since boyhood, and Ibrahim then retired to sleep in a chamber adjoining the Sultan's own quarters, a privilege of intimacy granted to no other official in the empire, and it was there, in the night, that the same mute executioners this story has already introduced to you strangled him in his sleep on Suleiman's own direct and, by every surviving account, entirely premeditated order, his body discovered the following morning by palace attendants, and his own considerable personal fortune confiscated immediately by the crown. No public trial, no formal charge read aloud, no explanation offered beyond the bare fact of the execution itself, and it is worth naming plainly that this same silence is precisely what makes the killing so difficult for modern historians to weigh with any real confidence. A friendship of some 20 years' standing, a partnership that had built and governed an empire together, ended in a single night, on the word of a sultan who left no surviving explanation of his own reasoning behind, only the bare, unadorned fact of a friend he had elevated higher than any other man in the empire, and then had killed the same way, in the end that Ottoman princes themselves were killed. It is worth pausing one final time on what this earlier killing should tell you, carried forward through the whole of the rest of tonight's story, about the sultan who would, 17 years later, watch his own eldest son die by exactly the same silent method, inside a tent very much like the one this story is going to bring you back to. Before the night is over, because Ibrahim's own death was not some isolated aberration in an otherwise gentler reign, it was the first clear demonstration that Suleiman, whatever the genuine warmth of his own private attachments, whether to a childhood companion or, this story will soon show you, to his own eldest and most beloved son, was entirely capable of setting that warmth aside the moment he judged a man. Any man had grown too large, too visible, or too potentially dangerous to the one thing this whole reign was ultimately organised to protect: the unbroken, uncontested line of succession running through Suleiman's own body and no one else's, the stones of Suleymaniye, and an empire that built as much as it conquered. It is worth pausing before this story turns to the darkest chapters still waiting for you tonight, on the specific and genuinely lasting cultural legacy Suleiman's own reign left behind. Because the same decades that saw Ottoman armies marching to the gates of Vienna and Ottoman fleets sweeping the Mediterranean also saw the empire's own capital transformed into one of the great architectural showcases of the 16th century world, largely through the genius of a single, extraordinary architect. Mimar Sinan, born a Christian in central Anatolia, and, like Ibrahim Pasha before him, brought into Ottoman service through the same Dev-Shirmi system this channel has already described to you in careful detail, trained first as a military engineer before Suleiman's own patronage elevated him, in his own middle age, to the position of chief royal architect, a post he would go on to hold for the better part of half a century, spanning Suleiman's own reign and the reigns of 2 sultans after him. Designing, by the most careful modern accounting of his own prolific career, several hundred mosques, bridges, aqueducts and public monuments across the whole of the empire. It is worth naming specifically the single building. This same partnership between sultan and architect is most remembered for the great mosque complex of Suleymaniye, completed in 1557 on a commanding hill overlooking the Golden Horn in Istanbul, a structure whose own soaring central dome, engineering historians have long noted, deliberately echoes and deliberately attempts to answer the same architectural challenge this channel has already told you on another night in this room. The Emperor Justinian's own architect solved nearly 1,000 years earlier when they raised the Great Dome of Hagia Sophia, a building Suleiman and Sinan alike would have walked past and studied and measured themselves against every single time either man crossed the city that had once been Constantinople and was now, in every sense that mattered to the empire that ruled it, unmistakably Istanbul. The Erlimania complex, when finally finished, included not merely the mosque itself, but hospitals, schools, a public kitchen feeding the poor, a caravanserai for travelling merchants, and Suleiman's own eventual tomb, a whole self-contained institution of charity, learning and worship built, in the same spirit this channel has already told you governed his own patient legal reforms to outlast the military campaigns that had funded it. It is worth naming, specifically, the 4 schools, or madrasas, this same complex incorporated into its own outer courtyards, each one ranked at a progressively advanced level of Islamic legal and theological instruction, together forming what several historians of Ottoman education describe as very nearly a complete university system in miniature, training the same class of judges and jurists who would go on to staff the Kadaska courts and to administer the Kanun, this story has already described to you across the whole of the empire. A genuine and deliberate investment in producing the next generation of exactly the kind of legally literate administrators Suleiman's own reign had shown across 4 decades an empire this large actually required. It is worth pausing briefly on the name Suleiman himself actually carried, because it was never simply an ordinary name at all, and Ottoman court propaganda of his own lifetime made full and deliberate use of exactly what it meant. Suleiman is the Arabic and Turkish rendering of the Hebrew name Solomon, and Ottoman court poets, chroniclers and religious scholars alike drew, across the whole of his own reign, an explicit and carefully cultivated parallel between their own sultan and the biblical and Quranic King Solomon, a wise ruler remembered, in both the Jewish and Islamic traditions alike, for unmatched wisdom, unmatched justice, and, not incidentally, for having built one of the ancient world's own most celebrated temples, a parallel Suleiman's own patronage of Sinan's great mosque at Suleymaniye, leaned into with genuine and unmistakable deliberateness several court chronicles of the period explicitly comparing the new complex to Solomon's own temple in Jerusalem, the wise lawgiver Sultan raising his own house of worship in the direct spiritual lineage of the wise lawgiver king whose own name he shared. It is worth naming plainly that this same comparison echoes, whether by simple coincidence of history or by Suleiman's own conscious design, exactly the boast this channel has already told you. On another night in this room, the Emperor Justinian made standing inside his own newly finished Hagia Sophia 1,000 years earlier, declaring that he had surpassed Solomon's own temple, so that Suleymaniye's own great dome, rising within full sight of that same Hagia Sophia across the city's own skyline, stands as a second and considerably later answer to the very same ancient biblical king, a wise lawgiver sultan, building his own temple in a city that had already, once before, watched a Christian emperor make exactly the same audacious claim. It is worth naming plainly that this same building still stands today, largely intact, on the same hill overlooking the same waterway, one of the most visited and most immediately recognizable landmarks of modern Istanbul, a physical, still-standing proof that the man European chroniclers called Magnificent, and the man his own people called Lawgiver were, in the end, describing the very same reign from 2 entirely different and equally accurate angles. It is worth naming too that Suleymaniye, however celebrated, was only the single most famous entry in a considerably longer catalogue of Sinan's own building projects commissioned across the whole of Suleiman's own reign, because the same patient administrative instinct that produced the Qanun, this story has already described to you, also produced, all across the empire's own vast territory, a genuinely staggering quantity of practical public infrastructure, bridges to speed the movement of Ottoman armies and Ottoman trade alike, aqueducts to carry fresh water into a rapidly growing Istanbul, whose own older Byzantine water systems this channel has already told you had fallen into disrepair across the centuries since the city's own conquest, caravanserais offering merchants safe lodging along the empire's own major trade roads, and public soup kitchens attached to mosque complexes across dozens of provincial towns, feeding the poor as a matter of ordinary, unremarkable state policy rather than occasional royal charity. It is worth naming specifically one single bridge commissioned under Suleiman's own direct order in the final year of his own life, spanning the Neretva River in the town of Mostar in what was then Ottoman Bosnia, an elegant single stone arch that would not actually be completed until several years after Suleiman's own death, but that stands, even today, as one of the most photographed and most beloved surviving monuments of the entire Ottoman Balkans, a single, graceful arch that outlasted, by 4.5 centuries, and by a war that briefly destroyed and then just as deliberately rebuilt it in the 1990s, very nearly everything else this story has told you, Suleiman's own armies fought and killed to hold on to. A reminder this channel would ask you to carry forward that the stones a conqueror leaves behind very often outlive, by a considerable margin, the borders he spent his own life drawing and redrawing by force, the eldest son every soldier in the army already loved. It is worth pausing now, before this story finally turns to the darkest single chapter of Suleiman's own reign, on the specific young man who stood, for the better part of 2 decades, as the empire's own obvious and widely popular heir apparent, because understanding exactly how beloved this particular prince actually was makes what eventually happened to him considerably harder to sit with, rather than easier. Shehzade Mustafa, Suleiman's own eldest surviving son, was born not to Hurrem at all but to an earlier, and, by the traditional custom this story has already described to you, entirely conventional royal concubine named Mahidevran, sometimes called Gulbahar, a woman who had, following the exact traditional pattern Hurrem herself would go on to break so completely, accompanied her own young son to his provincial governorship as he came of age, and Mustafa grew up, across the 1530s and 1540s, into a prince contemporary accounts, Ottoman and European alike, describe with a consistency that is genuinely striking, intelligent, physically impressive, personally generous, and perhaps most consequentially of all, deeply and visibly popular with the Janissary Corps, the same elite infantry this story has already told you formed the Empire's own most formidable military institution, and, not incidentally, the same body of men whose own collective mood had, on more than one occasion across Ottoman history, proven capable of deciding who actually held the throne in practice, regardless of who held it in formal law. It is worth naming plainly exactly why this genuine and widespread popularity became, in time, a source of mortal danger rather than of simple pride for his own father, because Hurrem, whose own 5 sons stood, by the ordinary logic of Ottoman succession, in direct competition with Mahidevran's son Mustafa for the throne their own father would eventually leave vacant, had every rational political incentive to see Mustafa's own claim weakened, and Hurrem found, in her own son-in-law Rustem Pasha, a capable and ambitious statesman Suleiman had elevated to the office of Grand Vizier in the years following Ibrahim's own downfall, a willing and considerably well-placed ally in exactly this cause, and it is worth naming too, honestly, that we cannot know with total certainty, from the surviving sources, precisely how much of what followed was genuinely orchestrated by Hurrem and Rustem together, and how much reflected Suleiman's own increasingly anxious and increasingly isolated fears, in his own advancing old age, of exactly the kind of premature challenge to his own authority. This story has already told you the whole Ottoman law of fratricide had been designed, a full century earlier, to prevent. The tent, the mutes, and a father's own signed order. It is worth naming plainly and without softening exactly what happened in the autumn of 1553, because this story owes Mustafa the same unflinching honesty it has already given every other death this channel has ever asked you to sit with. It is worth naming, first, exactly how much Mustafa's own position had already been eroded in the years leading up to this single afternoon, because the killing did not arrive out of a clear sky at all. It arrived at the end of a long and deliberate campaign of suspicion several modern historians have traced with real care through the surviving diplomatic correspondence of the period, Rustem Pasha reportedly manufacturing with the help of forged letters and coached testimony from soldiers bribed to claim Mustafa had been secretly corresponding with the Safavid Shah against his own father. Exactly the kind of documentary case a genuinely anxious sultan already primed by Hurrem's own years of careful influence would need to convince himself that the son the whole army adored had, in fact, become a genuine and urgent threat rather than merely an inconveniently popular heir. Suleiman, now approaching 60 and personally leading a campaign against the Safavids in the east, summoned Mustafa, who commanded his own considerable following in the province of Amasya, to attend him at the army's camp near Aktepe, ostensibly to discuss the ongoing campaign, and Mustafa, whatever private suspicions he may have privately harboured about the summons, chose to answer his own father's call rather than raise open rebellion, entering the royal tent, by several contemporary accounts, unarmed and accompanied only by a small personal retinue that was itself turned away at the entrance. It is worth naming plainly that this choice, to walk into his own father's tent rather than to raise the very rebellion he now stood accused of already plotting, is itself one of the more quietly devastating details the surviving sources preserve, because it reads, to a great many modern historians who have studied the episode closely, less like the conduct of a genuinely disloyal son, and more like the conduct of a son who still could not quite believe, right up until the moment the mutes actually seized him, that his own father meant to go through with it. Inside, a group of mute executioners, deaf-mute servants the Ottoman court had long employed specifically for the private, silent execution of royal family members, precisely so that no ordinary soldier would ever have to bear personal responsibility for shedding royal blood, seized Mustafa on Suleiman's own direct order and strangled him with a silk bowstring, while Suleiman himself, by the most persistent and most widely repeated contemporary account, watched the killing of his own eldest son from behind a curtain drawn across an adjoining section of the same tent. It is worth naming, honestly, exactly how the army reacted once the news of Mustafa's own death reached the wider camp, because the reaction tells you everything about how genuinely and how widely beloved this prince actually was. The Janissaries, this same corps whose own collective favour had made Mustafa's own popularity so politically dangerous in the first place, responded with open, furious, and by several accounts genuinely dangerous unrest, several senior officers reportedly refusing, in the immediate aftermath, to continue serving under a sultan who had just killed the son the army itself had wanted to see inherit the throne, unrest serious enough that Suleiman found it necessary within days to dismiss Rustem Pasha from the Grand Vizierate as a public gesture of accountability, even while the wider suspicion that Rustem had acted throughout, with Hurrem's own full knowledge and encouragement, went, in the end, formally unpunished, and, in Rustem's own case, only temporary, since he would be quietly restored to the same office some years later, once the immediate public anger had cooled. Ottoman poets of the period, writing in a genre of elegiac lament, this channel would ask you to hold alongside the same tradition of grief, poetry that has followed sudden, unjust royal deaths across a great many of the cultures this channel has already told you stories from, composed verses mourning Mustafa in language of genuine and unmistakable public sorrow, several surviving examples describing him explicitly as an innocent prince, destroyed by court intrigue rather than by any genuine treason, and it is worth naming plainly that Suleiman himself, whatever private grief he may also have carried, never publicly wavered from the official justification for the killing, that Mustafa had been conspiring, with foreign encouragement, to seize the throne by force before his own father's natural death, a charge modern historians continue to weigh with real skepticism, noting the obvious and considerable political benefit Hurrem's own faction stood to gain from precisely this outcome, without ever being able to prove from the surviving evidence exactly how much genuine substance, if any, actually lay behind the accusation. It is worth naming, plainly and without softening, that Mustafa's own death did not, in fact, end there, because Mustafa had left behind an infant son. A small boy, this story would be failing you if it allowed to simply vanish from the account, the way the official chronicles of the period generally preferred to let him vanish. Within a matter of months of his own father's execution, this same young child, still barely more than a toddler, and obviously an entirely incapable of posing any genuine political threat to anyone, was quietly strangled as well, on Suleiman's own order, a killing several modern historians read as the starkest possible illustration of exactly how completely the same cold arithmetic of dynastic security this story has already described, governing Mehmed the Conqueror's own law of fratricide, had, by Suleiman's own reign, come to override every other consideration, sentiment, proportionality, or simple mercy toward a child who could not possibly have understood what any of it meant, included. It is worth naming plainly one final time that this same small and almost entirely unrecorded death belongs in any honest reckoning of what this story has already called the darkest chapter of Suleiman's own reign, a chapter that didn't end with a single afternoon in a tent at all, but rippled outward in the months that followed to claim a beloved brother who could not bear to go on living, a mother left to grieve in near total obscurity for the following 20 years, and, in the end, a small child whose own only crime had been his own birth. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the man himself, because Rustam Pasha's own career deserves a fuller reckoning than simply the role this story has already assigned him in Mustafa's own downfall. A Balkan-born convert brought into Ottoman service, like Ibrahim before him, through the Devshirme system this story has already described to you, Rustam rose through the empire's own administrative ranks on genuine merit before his own marriage to Mihrima bound him into the royal family, and he proved, across his own two separate terms as Grand Vizier, a genuinely capable administrator of the empire's own finances, several modern economic historians crediting him with real and lasting improvements to state revenue collection during a period when the cost of Suleiman's own near-continuous campaigning was placing exactly the kind of fiscal strain on the treasury this story has already described to you. It is worth naming too, honestly, that Rustam accumulated across these same years one of the largest private fortunes any Ottoman official had ever amassed, a wealth several contemporary critics at court whispered had been built at least partly through exactly the kind of quiet, systematic corruption the empire's own Kanun, this story has already described to you, was, on paper, specifically designed to prevent, a charge never formally proven against him, but one that sits. This story would suggest, in exactly the same uneasy, unresolved space as the charge of manufactured evidence against Mustafa himself, a capable and genuinely useful servant of the state, who may also, quite plausibly, have enriched himself and engineered a rival's death in the very same career, without either fact ever fully cancelling the other out. It is worth naming too a quieter and considerably less discussed casualty of Mustafa's own death, because this story would be leaving out something genuinely important about the human cost of that single afternoon, if it moves straight from the political fallout to the next succession crisis, without pausing on him. Cihangir, the youngest of Suleiman's own sons, and the only one born to Hurrem who never became a serious candidate for the throne at all, having been born by several contemporary accounts with a physical disability that Ottoman custom regarded as disqualifying for the sultanate regardless of birth order, had, by every surviving description, been genuinely and deeply attached to his own elder half-brother Mustafa, the two young men sharing a closeness that stood apart from the increasingly poisonous rivalry consuming their own other brothers. Cihangir, by the account most Ottoman chroniclers of the period repeat, was present with the army at the very camp where Mustafa was killed, and the shock and grief of watching his own beloved brother executed on their own father's direct order broke something in him that he never recovered from. Cihangir himself dying only a matter of months later, in Aleppo, in circumstances his own contemporaries attributed less to any specific illness than to a grief several accounts describe in language of a young man who had simply stopped wanting to go on living. And it is worth naming plainly that Suleiman, whatever calculation of dynastic necessity had driven him to order Mustafa's death in the first place, lost 2 sons within the same single year because of that one decision rather than one. A cost this story does not believe the official chronicles of the period, understandably focused on the political consequences of Mustafa's death, generally paused long enough to properly weigh. It is worth naming too, briefly, what became of the mother left behind by all of this, because Mahidevran's own story does not end with the account of her own son's death. This story has already given you, it simply goes quiet. In the specific and rather telling way, this whole story has already told you the lives of so many royal women in this system tend to go quiet once their own political usefulness has ended. Stripped, by Mustafa's own execution, of the one thing that had ever given her any standing at the Ottoman court at all, Mahidevran lived on for another 2 decades in increasingly reduced and increasingly obscure circumstances, first in Bursa, and eventually largely forgotten by the same court chronicles that had, a generation earlier, recorded her own son's genuine popularity in such loving detail, dying by the most reliable modern reconstruction of the scattered evidence, sometime in the early 1580s, having outlived not only her own murdered son but Suleiman himself, and Hurrem, and very nearly the entire generation of this story's own principal figures, a long, quiet widowhood spent, as far as the surviving record allows us to know anything about it at all, in genuine and largely undocumented grief, and it is worth naming plainly one final time that this same uncounted, undocumented grief, a mother who buried a beloved son and then simply disappeared from the historical record for the following 20 years, belongs in this story exactly as much as any sultan's own signed order or any battlefield's own body count, because it is, in its own quiet way, exactly the kind of cost this channel has spent the whole of tonight asking you not to let the word magnificent quietly erase. The son who fled to the very enemy his father had spent a lifetime fighting. It is worth pausing before this story follows Suleiman toward his own final campaign on the second and considerably less remembered tragedy this same succession struggle produced, because Mustafa's own death did not, in the end, resolve the rivalry among Suleiman's remaining sons at all. It merely narrowed the field. Of Hurrem's own surviving sons, 2 now stood as the realistic remaining candidates for the throne: Selim, the elder, whose own reputation for heavy drinking would earn him, in later memory, the considerably less flattering nickname Selim the Sot, and Bayezid, the younger, whom several contemporary accounts describe as considerably more capable, more personally popular, and more evidently favoured by a great many of the same soldiers who had once loved Mustafa. And the rivalry between these 2 remaining brothers escalated across the final years of the 1550s into open and eventually armed conflict. Bayezid, raising a rebellion against his own elder brother's favoured position in 1559, a rebellion Suleiman, still very much alive and still very much determined to see an orderly succession pass to Selim, rather than risk exactly the kind of prolonged civil war this channel has already told you. The whole Ottoman law of fratricide had been designed to prevent, ultimately moved his own army to crush. Defeated in battle against Ottoman forces still loyal to their own father, Bayezid fled east with his own 4 young sons into the territory of the Safavid Shah Tahmasp, the same rival Persian empire Suleiman had spent so much of his own reign fighting, seeking refuge among his own father's bitterest enemies, and Tahmasp, after a period of genuinely difficult diplomatic manoeuvring that saw Suleiman applying enormous financial and political pressure on the Safavid court to hand the fugitive prince over, eventually agreed, in exchange for a substantial payment to extradite Bayezid back into Ottoman custody, where he was executed, along with his own 4 sons, in 1561, by the same silent method this story has already described, claiming Mustafa's own life 8 years earlier, a killing that left Selim as the sole surviving heir to a throne his own father had, by this point, spent 40 years building into the single most powerful empire in the world. And it is worth naming plainly that Hurrem herself, whose own political manoeuvring this story has already told you helped set the whole of this fratricidal chain in motion, did not live to see its final, bloody conclusion, having died in 1558, 3 years before her own younger son was strangled on her own elder son's behalf, both hands held open at once. It is worth pausing, honestly, before this story carries Suleiman toward his own final campaign, on the genuine and unresolved tension this whole reign leaves behind, because a portrait of Suleiman that only remembers the lawgiver, the patron of Sinan's own soaring domes, the poet who wrote his own wife such tender verse, would be exactly as incomplete as a portrait that remembers only the father who watched his own eldest son strangled from behind a curtain, and later hunted down and executed a second son, along with 4 grandsons, still barely more than children. Both of these men were, in the most literal sense, the same man, ruling according to a genuinely coherent internal logic that this story does not intend to excuse, but that it does intend to explain honestly, a ruler who understood, with the same clear-eyed pragmatism that had let him elevate a former pirate to command his own navy, and a childhood companion of slave origin to run his own government, that an empire spanning 3 continents could not survive a contested succession, and who was willing, when the moment finally came, to apply the same cold arithmetic to his own children that his own great-grandfather had first written into law, and that his own father had applied, with even greater thoroughness, to an entire generation of uncles and cousins Suleiman himself never had to compete against, precisely because his own father had already killed them all. It is worth naming too that this same tension runs through nearly every source Suleiman's own contemporaries left behind. Ottoman court chroniclers generally inclined to present the killings of Mustafa and Bayezid alike as regrettable but necessary acts of state. European ambassadors generally inclined to seize on the same killings as proof of exactly the kind of oriental despotism their own home courts already wanted to believe defined Ottoman rule, and it is worth naming plainly that neither reading fully captures a man who was, by the same measure and without any real contradiction, both. It is worth naming, one final time and side by side, exactly what this asymmetry actually looked like across the whole span of a single reign, because laid out plainly, rather than scattered across the whole of a long night's telling, the pattern is genuinely striking. There was the Sultan who spared a defeated garrison at Rhodes, and the same Sultan who annihilated an entire hostage population outside no walls of his own, the way this story has already told you Richard the Lionheart once did at Acre. Though this story has not asked that particular comparison of you tonight, because Suleiman, whatever else this story has shown you about him, never ordered anything resembling that same act. There was the Sultan who wrote his own wife 3,000 poems of genuine and evidently lasting tenderness, and the same Sultan who had that same wife's own political rival's son strangled while he watched from behind a curtain. There was the Sultan who built hospitals and law schools and free kitchens for the poor into the very foundation of his own greatest mosque, and the same Sultan who let his own empire's tax burden climb, in his own final years, faster than the land itself could easily bear. There was the Sultan who elevated a Christian-born slave to command his own navy, and a Christian-born slave to design his own most sacred building, and the same Sultan who never once relaxed, for a single generation, the Devsham system that had taken both of those same men from their own families as children in the first place. None of these pairs cancel each other out. This story would remind you one final time, and neither half of any of them was ever the whole truth on its own, which is very nearly the only honest thing this channel has ever found itself able to say, across every single story it has told you in this room, about power and about the people who have ever actually held it. It is worth pausing too on the specific and genuinely tempting counterfactual this whole story leaves hanging over it, because this channel has learned, across every disaster and every war it has ever walked you through on any other night in this room, that the honest way to handle a counterfactual is to name it plainly, rather than to pretend the actual documented outcome was somehow the only possible one. Had Mustafa lived and inherited the throne instead of Selim, an empire whose own eventual and considerably slower decline this story has already told you a great many modern historians trace back to the quality of the sultans who followed Suleiman might, quite plausibly, have continued for another generation under a ruler contemporary accounts describe as considerably more capable and considerably more personally disciplined than the brother who actually inherited it, though it is worth naming honestly that we cannot actually know this with any real confidence at all, since a Mustafa who had won the throne through his own father's death rather than through his own father's murder might equally have proven a very different and considerably less impressive ruler. Once the actual daily grind of governing an empire rather than merely commanding the army's own affection from a comfortable distance fell onto his own shoulders, the same essential uncertainty this channel has already asked you to sit with regarding every other counterfactual. This channel has ever raised on any other night in this room. It is worth naming too the narrower and in some ways more genuinely consequential counterfactual sitting inside the Vienna campaign itself, because a spring and summer with less rain in 1529, weather that lay entirely outside any human being's own control or intention, might have let Suleiman's own heaviest siege artillery reach those walls in time, and a Vienna taken in 1529 rather than merely besieged might have redrawn the entire map of Central Europe in a manner this story, and the 2.5 centuries of history that actually followed it would then have had no choice but to reckon with. A reminder, this channel would ask you to carry away from tonight's story in particular that even the most powerful individual human being alive anywhere on Earth, which by any honest modern reckoning Suleiman very plausibly was for a considerable stretch of his own reign, remained, in the end, just as much a hostage to weather and chance and the simple, indifferent arithmetic of mud and marching distance as any ordinary soldier freezing in his own camp outside those same walls. It is worth pausing, briefly, on what all of this actually looked like from the far side of the frontier, because Suleiman's own reign left a genuine and lasting mark on the imagination of Christian Europe that this story would be leaving incomplete if it did not name plainly tonight. Sermons preached across German, Italian and English pulpits alike during these same decades regularly invoke the Ottoman advance as a form of divine chastisement, visited on a sinful and divided Christendom. The reformer Martin Luther himself, writing during the very years this story has already told you Suleiman was besieging Vienna, composing an entire treatise on the proper Christian response to what he called the Turkish menace, arguing in terms several modern historians of the Reformation still find genuinely striking, that the Ottoman advance was a scourge sent by God to punish a corrupt papacy and a complacent Christian world, rather than a purely secular military threat to be met with purely secular means alone. Woodcut prints and popular pamphlets circulated across German-speaking Europe throughout Suleiman's own reign, depicting the Sultan himself in increasingly exaggerated and increasingly fearsome terms, a recurring visual shorthand of turbans, scimitars, and vast onrushing armies that shaped, for an entire generation of ordinary European readers who would never once travel anywhere near Ottoman territory, a mental image of the Turk considerably more monstrous and considerably more uniformly threatening than the actual complicated ruler this story has spent tonight describing to you, a genuine and lasting cultural residue this channel would ask you to set beside everything else you have learned tonight, because the fear itself, whatever its own considerable exaggeration, was every bit as real and every bit as historically consequential as the army that provoked it, the ambassador who watched an empire at his own height up close. It is worth pausing briefly on how we actually know as much as we do about the private texture of Suleiman's own court, because the sources themselves deserve the same honest scrutiny this channel has already applied to every other chronicler it has ever asked you to trust across the many other nights this channel has spent in this room. A considerable portion of what survives comes from Ogier de Busbecq, a Habsburg diplomat sent to Suleiman's own court in the 1550s to negotiate, among other matters, the ongoing border dispute over Hungary, whose own collected letters, published after his return to Europe, remain one of the single most detailed and most frequently cited eyewitness accounts of the Ottoman court at the very height of its own power, describing everything from the strict discipline of the Janissary Corps to the careful, almost obsessive attention Ottoman administrators paid to matters of law and taxation, observations that helped shape for an entire generation of European readers a considerably more nuanced and considerably more respectful image of Ottoman governance than the purely threatening caricature Christian Europe had generally preferred to believe in the century since Constantinople itself had fallen. It is worth naming, too, the steady stream of formal reports Venetian ambassadors, called Bailos, filed with their own home government after each posting to Istanbul, detailed, professionally cautious assessments of Ottoman military strength, court politics, and succession prospects that Venice's own merchants, whose trade depended enormously on staying accurately informed about exactly this kind of information, prized as some of the most reliable intelligence available anywhere in Europe. And it is worth naming honestly that both of these traditions, valuable as they remain, were written by outsiders with their own home government's own strategic interests, always somewhere in view, a bias this story asks you to weigh the same way it has asked you to weigh every other chronicler's own particular loyalty on every other night this channel has spent with you in this room. It is worth naming, too, honestly, that the European sources this story has leaned on so far tell only one half of the story, and that the Ottoman side of the record deserves the same careful naming, rather than being left as a vague and undifferentiated mass of court chronicle. Celalzad Mustafa, who served for decades as one of Suleiman's own most senior chancery officials and who wrote extensively on the Sultan's own legal reforms from the unique vantage point of a man who had personally helped draft a considerable portion of the canon this story has already described to you, offers a view from deep inside the actual machinery of Ottoman lawmaking that no outside ambassador could ever have accessed, though it is worth naming, with the same honesty this story has already applied to the European sources, that Celalzadeh wrote as a loyal servant of the very system he was describing, with every professional incentive to present that system's own workings in the most flattering possible light. It is worth naming, too, the historian Ibrahim Pachevi, writing a generation after Suleiman's own death, but drawing on family testimony, since Pachevi's own grandfather had served in the Ottoman administration during the later years of Suleiman's reign, and on archival material that has since been lost, giving his own considerably more critical later history, written after the empire's own slow drift toward the difficulties this story has already told you the Sultanate of Women era eventually produced, a perspective genuinely useful for weighing Suleiman's own reign against what actually followed it, rather than against the golden, uncomplicated legend later Ottoman memory would prefer to remember. And it is worth naming plainly the court chronicles produced during Suleiman's own lifetime by officially appointed court historians. The Shahnameh tradition of Persian-influenced verse chronicle this office had inherited works commissioned specifically to celebrate the Sultan's own reign in real time, and consequently among the least reliable sources this story is drawn on tonight for any honest reckoning of the reign's own darker episodes, since a court historian paid directly by the Sultan, whose own conduct he was chronicling, had, to put it plainly, very little practical incentive to record his own patron's own cruelties with anything like the unflinching honesty this channel tries to bring to every story it tells you. It is worth naming too, honestly, one specific and genuinely persistent distortion this same mixture of sources has produced across the centuries since, because it concerns Hürrem directly, and it deserves to be named plainly rather than quietly repeated. European accounts of Suleiman's own court, written by ambassadors and travellers who had never actually met Hürrem, and who were, in the great majority of cases, working from second-hand palace gossip, filtered through multiple translations, settled early on a genre of portrayal several modern historians now describe without much exaggeration as flatly misogynist, casting Hürrem as a scheming witch who had used sorcery or simple feminine cunning to unnaturally bend a great sultan to her own will, a framing that reduced a woman who had, by this story's own careful accounting tonight, negotiated with foreign kings, funded hospitals, and navigated the most dangerous court in the Mediterranean world for over 3 decades into a simple stock villain, considerably easier for a Christian European audience already primed to find Ottoman court life exotic and morally suspect to accept than the more complicated, more genuinely human portrait this story has tried to give you. It is worth naming plainly that this same reductive portrayal persisted in one form or another well into modern popular history, and that only in the past several decades have historians working directly from Ottoman archival sources, Hürrem's own surviving letters and her own charitable foundation's own detailed financial records chief among them, begun to recover something closer to the fuller and more genuinely contradictory woman this story has tried to describe to you tonight, a corrective. This channel would ask you to hold in mind the next time any account from any century offers you a single simple word, witch or saint or monster or hero, to describe a person who almost certainly on close and honest examination was never simply any one of those things at all. The 7 hills and the empire's own capital at its height. It is worth pausing too before this story carries you toward its own final chapter on what Istanbul itself had actually become by the middle years of Suleiman's reign, because the city Suleiman ruled from was, by most careful modern estimates, among the largest and most genuinely cosmopolitan cities anywhere on earth at the time, a population that had climbed across the centuries since Mehmed the Conqueror's own capture of the city, back past the 500,000 mark this channel has already told you. The old Byzantine capital had shrunk far below in its own final desperate decades, filled now with a population as religiously and ethnically varied as any city in the world could claim. Muslim Turks living alongside Greek and Armenian Christians in a substantial and long-established Jewish community, considerably swelled during Suleiman's own reign by refugees fleeing the Spanish Inquisition's own expulsion of Jews from Iberia. Refugees the Ottoman state, in a policy several modern historians note stood in genuinely stark contrast to the religious intolerance driving those same refugees from their own homes, actively welcomed for the commercial and administrative skill they brought with them. The city's own great bazaars, its own crowded harbour along the Golden Horn, its own skyline increasingly dominated by the new domes and minarets Sinan's own workshop kept adding to it decade after decade, made Istanbul, by the middle of the 16th century, a genuine rival in scale and in wealth to any capital in Western Europe. And it is worth naming plainly that this same cosmopolitan, thriving capital existed in the same world, governed by the same sultan, as the silent tent where Mustafa was strangled, and the long, careful concealment this story opened with tonight. A golden age and a family tragedy occupying, once again without any real contradiction, the very same reign at once. It is worth pausing for a moment to actually picture the specific palace at the centre of all of it, because Topkapi, the sprawling complex Suleiman's own great-grandfather Mehmed had first built on the very tip of the peninsula, overlooking the meeting point of the Bosphorus, the Sea of Marmara, and the Golden Horn all at once, was not one single building at all, but an entire walled city within the city, organised in a series of successive courtyards, each one admitting a progressively smaller and more privileged circle of visitors. The first courtyard open to ordinary subjects bringing petitions or simply passing through. The second reserved for officials conducting the actual daily business of imperial administration beneath the arcaded colonnade of the divan, the council chamber where Suleiman's own viziers met to deliberate matters of state, while the Sultan himself, in a practice this channel finds genuinely striking, could listen to the whole of their deliberations unseen from behind a small latticed window set into the wall above them, present without being present, weighing his own minister's honesty in the specific and telling way men speak when they believe themselves unobserved by the one man whose judgment actually mattered most. Beyond that lay the third and fourth courtyards, the Sultan's own private residence, his own library, his own treasury heaped, by several astonished European visitors' own accounts, with jewels and gold plate accumulated across the whole of Ottoman conquest, and the harem quarters themselves, an entire separate architectural world of small courtyards, fountains, and richly tiled private chambers where Hurrem and Mahidevran and Mihrima and hundreds of other women this story has already told you led lives almost entirely invisible to the wider city just beyond the palace's outer walls. It is worth naming plainly who actually sat on that same divan council this story has just described meeting beneath the Sultan's own hidden window, because the empire's own day-to-day government rested on a considerably more structured division of labour than the single word vizier can, on its own, really convey. Beneath the Grand Vizier, the office this story has already told you Ibrahim and later Rustam held with such consequence, sat a small number of additional viziers of the dome, so called for the domed chambers of the divan hall in which they sat, each typically holding responsibility for a specific major province or a specific ongoing military campaign, and alongside them sat the Kadaskas, the empire's own chief military judges, one for its European territories and one for its Asian, responsible for the whole of the Islamic legal system's own application within the army and within the wider judiciary, and the Defterdar, the empire's own chief treasurer, responsible for exactly the kind of revenue collection and exactly the kind of tax census this story has already described the Tahrir Defters recording in such granular detail. It is worth naming plainly that this same layered structure, a genuine division of specialised administrative labour operating beneath a single supreme executive authority, gave the Ottoman state a bureaucratic sophistication that several modern historians of comparative government rank as genuinely ahead of most of its own European contemporaries, a state that could continue functioning, this story would remind you, for the better part of 7 full weeks after its own supreme executive authority had quietly died in a tent in the Hungarian mud, precisely because so much of its actual daily operation ran through exactly this kind of specialised, institutionalised administration, rather than through the Sultan's own personal, moment-to-moment attention alone. It is worth naming too what an ordinary morning in the city beyond those same walls might actually have looked and sounded and smelled like during Suleiman's own reign, because a story told entirely through sultans and sieges can drift, if a listener is not careful, into something closer to pure abstraction than to a lived world at all. Istanbul under Suleiman woke. This channel would ask you to imagine, to the layered call of the muezzin's own voice rising from dozens of minarets across the peninsula at first light, followed swiftly by the considerably more secular clatter of the Grand Bazaar's own merchants opening their own stalls, Genoese and Venetian traders haggling in broken Turkish beside Armenian silk merchants and Jewish moneylenders whose own families had, in a great many documented cases, arrived only recently as refugees from the Spanish expulsion this story has already told you about. The whole vast market filled with the specific smell this channel likes to ask you to imagine. On nights like this one, cardamom and cinnamon carried up from Ottoman-controlled trade routes running deep into the Arabian Peninsula, wet wool and tanned leather from the workshops crowding the narrower side streets, and, drifting up from the crowded harbour along the Golden Horn, the Sultan pitch smell of the same navy this story has already told you Barbarossa built into the dominant force of the Eastern Mediterranean, riding at anchor within full sight of the very palace where the Sultan who commanded it actually lived. It is worth naming briefly one genuinely striking contrast between Suleiman's own capital and the great capitals of Western Europe this channel would ask you not to pass over quickly, because it concerns the very technology this channel is, in its own modern form, using to reach you tonight. The printing press, in active and rapidly expanding use across Christian Europe since the middle of the previous century, remained, throughout the whole of Suleiman's own reign, formally prohibited for the printing of texts in Arabic script within Ottoman territory, a restriction upheld by successive Ottoman religious authorities out of genuine concern for maintaining the accuracy and the sanctity of religious texts copied, as they had been for centuries, by trained scribes rather than by mechanical type, even as the empire's own religious minorities, its Jewish and its Armenian Christian communities chief among them, operated their own printing presses producing books in Hebrew and in Armenian script within the very same city under the same Sultan's own tolerant protection this story has already described to you. It is worth naming plainly that this same restriction would not be meaningfully lifted for Ottoman Turkish printed in Arabic script until well into the following century, a genuine and consequential technological lag several modern historians point to as one of the quieter, less dramatic factors behind the slow shift in scientific and literary output between the Ottoman world and a Western Europe, whose own printing presses were, by Suleiman's own final years, already producing books by the tens of thousands. A reminder this channel would offer you that an empire capable of casting standardized artillery to conquer half a continent could, in the very same reign, choose deliberately to hold back a different and, in the very long run, considerably more consequential technology entirely. The mercy that finally came due 43 years later. It is worth pausing before this story finally carries Suleiman to the last campaign of his own life on a single, genuinely consequential debt. This story asks you to remember all the way back at the start of tonight, when Suleiman, still only in his 20s, allowed the defeated Knights Hospitaller to sail away from Rhodes with their own weapons, their own relics, and their own lives intact rather than putting them to the sword, because that same mercy came due, in the most literal and most costly sense imaginable, in the very last full year of Suleiman's own life. The knights granted the island of Malta by the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V in 1530 had spent the following 3.5 decades doing exactly what this story already told you they would, rebuilding their own naval strength from their new island base and resuming the same relentless privateering campaign against Ottoman and Muslim shipping across the central Mediterranean that had made Rhodes such an intolerable irritant in the first place. And Suleiman, now past 70 and increasingly aware, this story would suggest, of his own limited remaining years, made the decision in the spring of 1565 to finish once and for all the business his own youthful mercy had left unresolved. It is worth naming plainly the scale of the force Suleiman actually committed to this single, final attempt to erase the knights permanently from the map. An armada several contemporary estimates place at well over 30,000 men and upward of 190 ships, dwarfing in raw numbers even the formidable fleet this story has already told you Barbarossa commanded to victory at Preveza a quarter century earlier, thrown against a Maltese garrison that numbered, including local militia, only a small fraction of that same besieging force. And it is worth naming, too, that the siege that followed, across the whole of the summer of 1565, produced exactly the kind of grinding, months-long attritional struggle this story has already shown you defined Rhodes, the fortress of St. Elmo falling to the Ottomans only after weeks of assault so costly that Ottoman commanders themselves later described the ground around it as having been rendered nearly unrecognisable by the accumulated dead. But the main defences at Birgu and Senglea, held by the knight's own Grand Master, an ageing but formidably determined French nobleman named Jean Parisot de Valette, refused to break month after month through a summer of heat, disease and mounting Ottoman casualties, until a relief force finally arrived from Spanish Sicily in September, and the exhausted, depleted Ottoman army, having lost by several careful modern estimates close to a third of the men it had originally landed with, finally withdrew, defeated, in one of the most consequential failures of Suleiman's entire reign. It is worth naming, honestly, what this single failure actually meant, both for the empire and, this story would suggest, for the old Sultan himself, because the Great Siege of Malta, arriving so late in Suleiman's own life, and ending in a defeat considerably more total than the mere frustrated withdrawal from Vienna's own walls 36 years earlier, is read by a number of modern historians as the moment Ottoman naval momentum in the central and western Mediterranean, unbroken since Preveza, first genuinely stalled. A stall that would deepen 6 years later, after Suleiman himself was gone, into the far larger and far more decisive Christian naval victory at Lepanto. And it is worth naming plainly the quiet and rather bitter irony this channel would ask you to carry forward into the very last campaign of Suleiman's own life, that the same mercy a 28-year-old sultan had extended to a defeated enemy out of what several contemporary accounts describe as genuine and considered magnanimity had, across the following 4 decades, grown into an adversary formidable enough to hand a 70-year-old Suleiman the single costliest defeat of his entire reign, a debt this story has now shown you in full opened in 1522 and finally ruinously called due in 1565, with barely a year left to run before the old Sultan who had first extended that mercy would himself be dead in a tent in the Hungarian mud. The final campaign of an old man who would not stop marching. It is worth returning now to the scene this story opened with tonight, because we have finally caught up across the whole of this long night's telling to the specific circumstances that actually carried Suleiman to that tent outside Szigetvar. By the middle 1560s, Suleiman was an old man by the standards of his own century, past 70, crippled by gout severe enough that he could no longer personally lead a cavalry charge the way the young Sultan who took Belgrade so swiftly once had. And yet when renewed fighting broke out along the Hungarian frontier in 1566, provoked in part by Habsburg raids against Ottoman-held territory, Suleiman insisted, against the advice of several of his own senior advisers who argued the ageing Sultan should remain safely in Istanbul, and let his own generals conduct the campaign in his name, on leading the army into the field himself one final time, a decision several modern historians read as reflecting Suleiman's own genuine and lifelong conviction that a sultan who no longer personally led his own armies had already, in some meaningful sense, begun to lose his own grip on the throne, the same anxious instinct in a considerably less bloody form that had driven him to kill 2 of his own sons rather than risk any premature challenge to his own authority. It is worth pausing, honestly, on what this final march actually cost the old Sultan's own body, because the campaign chronicles of 1566, for all their own understandable focus on strategy and siegecraft, do not entirely manage to hide the physical toll of asking a 71-year-old man in genuinely failing health to cross the better part of 1,000 miles of Balkan and Hungarian road. Suleiman travelled the whole of this final campaign in a closed and specially reinforced litter, carried between horses rather than in his own saddle, a mode of travel several contemporary accounts describe him as finding genuinely humiliating. A public and visible admission of physical decline from a ruler whose own reputation had been built, 4.5 decades earlier, on personally leading cavalry through the breach at Belgrade. And it is worth naming too that Suleiman insisted, even from inside that same litter, on being kept informed of every detail of the army's own progress, and every detail of the siege works being raised outside Sigetvar's own walls, dictating orders and receiving reports with a mental sharpness several accounts describe as entirely undiminished, even as his own body continued failing around it. A final, telling illustration of exactly the same disciplined, detail-oriented temperament this story has already shown you produced, across 4 decades of considerably better health, the whole of the Qanun. This channel has already described to you in such careful detail. It is worth naming specifically the fortress that finally became his own last battlefield, because the defence of Sigetvar is remembered, in the very different national memory of the kingdom that eventually rose from Hungary's own long occupation, as one of the single most celebrated last stands of the entire early modern period. The fortress's own Croatian-Hungarian commander, a nobleman named Nikola Shubich-Zrinski, held Sigetvar with a garrison numbering, by most estimates, only a few thousand men against an Ottoman army that dwarfed it many times over, and the defence stretched across weeks of increasingly desperate fighting, Zrinski's own men holding successive lines of fortification as the Ottoman siege ground steadily forward, until, with the outer defences finally overrun and the inner keep itself set ablaze by Ottoman bombardment, Zrinski led what remained of his own garrison in a final, deliberately suicidal sortie out through the fortress's own main gate rather than surrender. A last charge that killed Zrinski himself and very nearly the whole of his remaining men, but that also, by several contemporary accounts, inflicted casualties on the surrounding Ottoman forces heavy enough to have genuinely delayed and genuinely weakened the army that had already, though almost none of the men fighting that final battle yet knew it, lost its own sultan several days earlier. It is worth pausing one final time on the specific practical mechanics of how Sokollu Mehmed Pasha actually managed to keep an entire army from noticing its own commander had died in its own midst, because the sheer logistical discipline of the deception is, in its own quiet way, every bit as impressive as anything this story has already told you about the military engineering that took Belgrade, or the naval tactics that won Preveza. Sokollu restricted access to the Sultan's own tent to a tiny handful of men he trusted absolutely. The Sultan's own personal physician, a few senior chamberlains and no one else, explaining Suleiman's own continued invisibility to the wider camp as the natural and expected seclusion of an old and ailing ruler resting between the physical exertions of directing a siege, a cover story the army had, in truth, already grown accustomed to across the whole of this same final campaign, given exactly the physical decline this story has just described to you. Meals continued to be prepared and delivered to the tent on the same schedule as always, and removed again, visibly half-consumed, by attendants in on the secret, and when the fortress finally fell only days after Suleiman's own actual death, Sokollu had the victory formally announced to the army in the Sultan's own name, exactly as protocol would have required had Suleiman genuinely still been alive to receive the news himself. The whole elaborate performance sustained not for a single dramatic day, but for the better part of 7 full weeks, across an army of tens of thousands of men without the secret once breaking, a feat of sustained discipline and sustained secrecy that this channel would ask you to set for a moment beside every other succession crisis this channel has ever told you about on any other night in this room, because very few of them were ever handled with anything like this same cold, careful competence. The 48 days. It is worth naming now exactly how the story this channel opened with tonight actually resolved, because the concealment Sokollu Mehmed Pasha orchestrated in the days immediately following Suleiman's own death held, remarkably, for the full length of time it took to matter. Sokollu kept the Sultan's own death hidden not merely from the wider army camped around Shigatvar, but from virtually the entire empire, continuing to issue orders under Suleiman's own name and Suleiman's own seal, while a rider carried the news in genuine secrecy to Suleiman's only surviving son Selim, waiting in the province of Kütahya, and Selim, understanding exactly how much depended on reaching the capital and formally securing the throne before any rival faction or any premature rumour of his own father's death could destabilise the succession, made the journey to Istanbul with real and deliberate haste, and only once Selim had been safely and formally installed as the new Sultan on the 28th of September, 1566, did Sokollu finally allow the news of Suleiman's own actual death, by then more than 3 weeks old, to become public knowledge across the rest of the empire, an act of sustained, disciplined political theatre that succeeded in the end in accomplishing exactly what it had been designed to accomplish. An orderly transition of power that denied any rival claimant, any restless provincial governor, and any opportunistic foreign power the narrow window of genuine uncertainty that had, at earlier moments in Ottoman history this channel has already told you about, so often proven fatal to a dynasty's own stability. It is worth naming too the specific and rather poignant detail several Ottoman and Hungarian sources alike record regarding what actually happened to Suleiman's own body in the days immediately following his death, because it captures something true about the sheer distance this final campaign had carried him from the golden capital his own reign had spent decades building. Suleiman's own heart and other internal organs were, according to persistent local tradition, still marked today by a small commemorative site near the battlefield itself, removed and buried close to where he had actually died, in the soil of the same Hungarian campaign that had, in the end, cost him his life, while his own embalmed body was carried the long distance back to Istanbul, escorted by the very army that had, for weeks, believed it was still marching under his own personal command, to be laid to rest, in a final and entirely fitting resting place, within the same great mosque complex at Süleymaniye this story has already described to you, buried beneath the same soaring dome Sinan had built, at his own patron's own direction, in deliberate answer to Justinian's own great church 1,000 years and more before it. It is worth pausing, briefly, on what the city itself actually did once the truth of Suleiman's own death, kept secret for those same 48 days this story has already walked you through in careful detail, was finally allowed to become public knowledge, because Istanbul's own public mourning, once it was permitted to begin at all, appears, from the surviving accounts, to have been genuinely widespread rather than merely ceremonial. Contemporary observers describe the funeral procession itself as one of the largest public gatherings the city had seen in living memory. The coffin carried through streets lined with subjects of every religion. This story has already told you filled Suleiman's own cosmopolitan capital, Muslim, Christian, and Jewish alike, accompanying a ruler whose own reign, whatever the family blood spilled inside his own palace walls, had genuinely reshaped the daily life, the legal protections, and the physical landscape of the city, every one of them called home. And it is worth naming plainly that this same outpouring of public grief sat, without any particular contradiction, this story has not already asked you to hold all night. Alongside the private and considerably more guarded relief, several senior Ottoman officials are recorded as having felt once the dangerous, uncertain interregnum of those 48 hidden days had finally and safely resolved itself into an orderly transfer of power, a city simultaneously and genuinely mourning a great ruler, and quietly exhaling that the mourning itself had not, in the end, cost it a civil war. It is worth naming plainly the specific poet whose own verses actually gave this same public grief its most lasting literary form, because Ottoman literary tradition preserves, alongside everything else this story has already told you about Suleiman's own poetry, one of the single most celebrated elegies in the whole of classical Ottoman literature, composed for the Sultan's own death by a poet named Baki, a contemporary Suleiman himself had recognised and patronised during his own lifetime, and who would go on, in the years after Suleiman was gone, to be remembered as the single greatest poet of the whole Ottoman Golden Age. Baki's own elegy, still studied and still quoted in Turkish literary education today, mourns Suleiman not primarily as a conqueror or a lawgiver at all, but in the hushed meditative register of classical Ottoman verse on mortality itself, reflecting on the transience of worldly power and worldly glory in language that reads, "This channel would suggest, as a genuinely fitting final answer to the tender, mortality-haunted verses this story has already told you." Suleiman himself wrote under his own pen name across the whole of his own life, one great Sultan poet laid to rest in the end, by the pen of the single greatest poet his own patronage had helped raise up, a closing of the circle. This channel finds it hard to imagine either man, master, or student could have consciously arranged any more fittingly if they had tried what Suleiman actually left behind. It is worth pausing, before this story finally draws toward its own close, on the plain and rather sobering fact that a great many modern historians point to Suleiman's own reign, for all of its genuine and largely uncontested splendour, as the precise moment when the seeds of the Ottoman Empire's own eventual and considerably slower decline were first quietly planted, and it is worth naming honestly exactly what those seeds actually were. Mustafa, whose own death this story has already asked you to sit with in careful and unflinching detail, was, by nearly every surviving account, the single most capable of Suleiman's own sons, and his removal left the throne to pass, on Suleiman's own death, to Selim, a son contemporary and later historians alike have generally judged considerably less able, considerably less personally disciplined, and considerably less inclined toward the kind of hands-on, campaign-leading rule. This story has spent the whole of tonight showing you defined his own father's entire reign, the first sultan in generations to show little personal interest in leading his own armies into the field at all, a pattern of increasingly withdrawn and increasingly ceremonial sultans that would, across the following century, see genuine administrative and military power drift, by slow and largely irreversible degrees, away from the Sultan's own throne and toward the palace's own senior administrators, the harem's own most politically capable women, and the Janissary corps this story has already shown you was never entirely as reliably obedient as its own founders had once designed it to be, a long, slow transfer of real authority. Historians have since taken to calling, not entirely without a certain irony, given everything this story has already told you about harem, the era of the Sultanate of Women, a period stretching across much of the following century, in which the mothers and grandmothers of increasingly young and increasingly inexperienced sultans exercised, from deep inside the same harem. This story has already described to you genuinely decisive influence over an empire their own sons and grandsons were, in an increasing number of documented cases, simply too young, too inexperienced, or too personally uninterested to govern themselves. It is worth naming too, briefly, the specific institutional unravelling that ran alongside this drift in power away from the throne itself, because the Janissary Corps this story has described to you across the whole of tonight as one of the great disciplined engines of Ottoman conquest did not remain that same disciplined engine forever. The corps that had once been recruited exclusively through the Devshirm, forbidden to marry and forbidden to hold outside property specifically so that nothing would compete with a Janissary's own total loyalty to the Sultan, who fed and paid him, began, across the second half of the 16th century and with real acceleration in the century that followed, to erode exactly those same founding restrictions Janissaries increasingly permitted to marry, to enrol their own sons directly into the corps by simple hereditary right, rather than through fresh Devshirmi conscription, and to engage in trade and craftwork on the side. Changes that transformed a once celibate, once institutionally rootless fighting force into something considerably closer to a hereditary, self-interested guild, a body of men increasingly invested in preserving its own privileges and its own pay, rather than in the sheer battlefield discipline that had made it so formidable under Suleiman's own command. And it is worth naming plainly that this same corps, the one whose own collective fury this story has already shown you, Suleiman had to publicly answer for after Mustafa's own death, would go on, across the following 2 centuries, to depose and on more than one documented occasion, to personally kill sultans whose own policies it judged had threatened its own accumulated privileges, a body of soldiers founded, this story would remind you, specifically to serve the Sultan with a loyalty no other force in the empire could rival, eventually becoming one of the single greatest internal threats any later Ottoman Sultan actually had to manage. It is worth naming plainly that none of this means Suleiman's own reign should be remembered chiefly as a slow-motion catastrophe in disguise, because the empire he actually left behind in 1566 remained, by any honest contemporary measure, the wealthiest, the most militarily formidable, and very possibly the best governed state anywhere in the world. Its own legal code still functioning, its own capital still filled with the architecture Sinan had spent half a century raising, its own navy still commanding the Mediterranean, its own borders still, if barely, holding at the furthest edge of Central Europe, and it is worth naming with equal honesty that the empire's own eventual and considerably slower decline across the following 2.5 centuries owed at least as much to the rise of Atlantic sea trade routes that increasingly bypassed the old Mediterranean and Silk Road corridors Ottoman geography had once so profitably commanded, and to the steadily compounding military and industrial advances of a Western Europe Suleiman himself had spent his entire reign holding at arm's length, as it owed to any single flaw in his own personal rule. A slow and genuinely complicated unwinding this channel may well tell you the fuller story of on some future night in this room, rather than the simple, single-cause verdict, either the word magnificent or the word decline, taken entirely on its own, would too easily invite you to settle for. It is worth naming, briefly, what actually became of Suleiman's own surviving family and his own most trusted servant once the 48 days of concealment finally ended, and Selim II sat, formally and securely, on his own father's throne, because the transition, however smoothly it was managed, did not simply erase the tensions this story has spent tonight describing to you. Sokola Mehmed Pasha, the same Grand Vizier whose own extraordinary discipline kept an empire from noticing its own sultan had died, was retained by Selim as Grand Vizier and went on to serve, in practice, as the single most powerful man in the empire for the whole of Selim's own reign, and well into the reign after that. A genuine continuity of competent administration that several modern historians credit with holding the empire's own machinery of state together through exactly the kind of less personally engaged sultans this story has already told you, began to define the century following Suleiman's own death, Sokolu's own steady hand at the actual levers of government very likely doing more than any single sultan's own personal talent to keep the empire functioning at the high level Suleiman himself had left it at. It is worth naming, briefly, one further cultural legacy this story has not yet given its own due. Because Suleiman's own reign coincided with the flowering of a distinctly Ottoman visual art form, this story would be leaving incomplete without naming. The court workshop known as the Nakashine, staffed by miniature painters and manuscript illuminators, drawn from across the empire's own considerable ethnic and religious diversity, produced, under Suleiman's own patronage, some of the finest illustrated manuscripts the Ottoman world ever created, chief among them an illustrated chronicle of Suleiman's own reign called the Suleimanami, completed only a few years before the Sultan's own death, and filling hundreds of densely detailed painted pages with scenes of the very campaigns, the very sieges, and the very court ceremonies this story has spent tonight describing to you in words. A visual record produced by artists working in the same lifetime as the events they were depicting, considerably closer in spirit to a contemporary illustrated newspaper than to the more distant retrospective court painting. This channel would ask you to imagine a Western European monarch of the same period more typically commissioning. It is worth naming too that European artists found Suleiman himself a genuinely compelling subject despite having, in the great majority of documented cases, never actually seen him in person, the great Venetian painter Titian producing, based entirely on second-hand written descriptions and on other artists' own sketches, an imagined portrait of the Sultan that circulated widely across Renaissance Europe. One more small illustration of a theme this whole story has already returned to more than once tonight. An empire and a ruler genuinely present in the imagination of a wider world that had, in the overwhelming majority of cases, never actually laid eyes on either one directly at all. It is worth pausing too on where this whole story actually still lives today, because Suleiman's own reign has never entirely receded into the kind of distant, inert past. This channel sometimes has to work harder to make feel present for you. Suleymaniye and Mihrimah's own two mosques still stand, still functioning as active places of worship rather than mere museum pieces, drawing visitors from across the world who walk beneath domes, seen unrazed nearly 5 centuries ago. The Mostar Bridge this story has already told you Suleiman commissioned in the last year of his own life, still carries foot traffic across the Neretva every single day, rebuilt stone by numbered stone after a war very nearly erased it entirely. And in a rather more unexpected register, the whole of this story, Suleiman's own reign, Hurrem's own rise, Mustafa's own death, has been retold across the past decade and a half to an audience of many tens of millions of people through a Turkish television series called Muhteşem Yüzyıl, the Magnificent Century, a lavish and often quite freely dramatized retelling that became one of the most widely exported pieces of Turkish popular culture in the medium's own history, watched from the Balkans to Latin America. Proof, this channel would suggest, that a story 5 centuries old about a lawgiver, a poet, and a father who killed his own sons has lost remarkably little of its own power to hold an audience's attention in whichever century and in whichever medium that audience happens to be listening from. Let us walk back one final time through the whole of the road that carried a 17-year-old provincial governor in Crimea to a dead man's tent outside a Hungarian fortress 46 years later, because the distance covered is genuinely enormous. There was the boy sent to govern Kaffa and then Manisa, while his own father Selim was still busy tripling the size of the empire. That same boy would one day inherit entirely intact, spared by the considerable ruthlessness of that same father from ever having to apply the law of fratricide against a single brother of his own. There was the young sultan who opened his own reign by undoing his father's cruelties, and who went on to spend decades of patient, unglamorous administrative labour, earning the title his own people still prefer, Kanuni, the Lawgiver. There was Belgrade, taken where his own celebrated great-grandfather had failed, and Rhodes, taken with a mercy toward its own defeated knights that would cost his own empire dearly decades later, and Mohács, where an entire kingdom broke in under 2 hours, and Vienna, where the same army that had never yet failed finally met the outer edge of what mud and autumn and an overextended supply line could actually sustain. There was Ibrahim, raised from a childhood companion to the second most powerful man in the empire, and eventually strangled by the same silent method this story has already shown you the Ottoman court reserved for its own family. And there was Hurrem, a slave girl from a Ukrainian priest's household, who became the first wife an Ottoman Sultan had taken in generations, and who spent the following decades helping to engineer, whether through genuine conviction or genuine ambition, or, quite plausibly, some inseparable mixture of both, the deaths of 2 of her own husband's other sons. There was Barbarossa, a pirate elevated to Grand Admiral, and Sinan, a Christian-born conscript elevated to the greatest architect of his own century, and Suleimaniye's own great dome still standing today on its own hill above the Golden Horn. There was Mihrima, a daughter who never sat a throne and never led an army, and who nonetheless built 2 mosques of her own, and corresponded as something very close to an equal with foreign kings. And there was Cihangir, a son too gentle and too attached to his own murdered brother to survive the same year Mustafa did not. There was Mustafa, strangled behind a curtain while his own father watched, and Mustafa's own infant son, strangled in turn only months later for the crime of simply existing, and Bayezid, hunted down among the very Safavid enemies his own father had spent a lifetime fighting, and executed alongside 4 small sons who had done nothing at all except be born into a family this story has now shown you, across the whole of this long night, never once managed to fully escape its own oldest and bloodiest habit. There was the jewelled Venetian helmet built to answer a rival emperor's own claim to Rome, worn once and then vanished from history entirely, and there was Malta, the single costliest defeat of the old Sultan's own final years, a debt that mercy at Rhodes had quietly opened 43 years earlier, and that finally, ruinously, came due. And there was, at the very end of all of it, an old man carried in a litter because he could no longer sit a horse, dying quietly in a tent in the Hungarian mud, kept artificially alive on paper for 48 more days by a Grand Vizier's own careful and entirely successful deception, so that the empire this same old man had spent 46 years building would pass, in the end not into chaos, but into the hands of the one remaining son left standing to receive it. It is worth naming, honestly, one final time, that the word history eventually settled on for this reign, in the 2 very different languages that have told this story ever since, captures 2 entirely true things at once rather than one, and asks you to hold them together rather than choose between them, because Suleiman the Magnificent, in the admiring eyes of a Christian Europe that had feared him, and, in the safety of retrospect, come to romanticize him, and Suleiman Kanuni, the Lawgiver, in the steadier and more domestically grounded memory of the empire he actually spent his own life governing, were never 2 different men at all, only two honest angles on the very same one. A builder of lore and beauty who could not, when the moment finally came, set down the same cold arithmetic of blood his own family had been practicing for 2.5 centuries before he was ever born, and would go on practicing, in smaller and increasingly desperate forms, for 2.5 centuries after he was gone. It is worth naming, too, one last time, the uncounted names this story has had to leave standing quietly in the background of nearly everything it has told you tonight, because they belong in any honest final accounting of this reign, every bit as much as the Sultan, whose own name this whole story has carried. There were the boys taken from their own families' doorways across the Balkans and never seen again by the mothers who bore them, some small number of whom rose, against every reasonable expectation, to command armies and govern provinces, and the overwhelming majority of whom simply vanished into the ranks, unnamed, into the pension ledgers. This story has already told you are very nearly the only trace most of them left behind at all. There were the women who filled a palace. This story has walked you through room by room tonight. The handful whose letters survive standing for the hundreds, whose own entire interior lives did not. There were the peasant families recorded, crop by crop and household by household, in tax registers compiled for a treasury's own convenience rather than for any historian's own gratitude, whose own individual names now outlast, by sheer bureaucratic accident, kings and dukes this channel has told you about on other nights in this room who left no comparable record behind at all. And there was a mother in Bursa who outlived her own strangled son by 20 largely unrecorded years, and a favourite wife whose own 5 centuries of European memory reduced her, for most of that time, to a single unfair word, and a gentle prince who simply could not go on living once his own brother was gone, each of them carrying in their own much smaller and much quieter way exactly the same weight this whole story has asked you to let a single sultan's own 2 names, Magnificent and Lawgiver, carry together rather than separately all night long. That brings us to the end of our story, and to the end, too, of the Empire's own long and complicated golden noon. A noon that this channel hopes it has shown you honestly tonight, neither smoothed into simple legend nor flattened into simple tragedy, but held, the way an old man's own private letters to his own wife and an old man's own signed order for his own son's execution can somehow both be genuinely true of the very same person. In the same complicated and unresolved balance, this channel tries to leave every story it tells you in. Thank you, as always, for spending this long night here with me, in this small, quiet corner of the internet that is slowly, one listener at a time, finding its way toward 1,000 of you. And if tonight's story kept you company, please do consider subscribing, and remember that the newest episodes now find their way to Spotify first, through the link waiting for you in the description, before they ever arrive here. Close your eyes now if you have not already. Let the last of this long story settle over you the way the mud must have settled that last September over a tent that held, for 48 quiet days, a secret the whole of an empire was still waiting to hear. Good night and sweet dreams